In our community, also, the first time in history, we have consumed life on the west side as you go for years. In fact, every one of these initiatives that you laid out as part of your plan, I had to deal with it on my neighborhood, on my block. For example, there were 4 major streetlights on my block that all went out recently. I don't know what the wire was stolen or what the story was, but suddenly the whole neighborhood went dark, which is scary. It is scary, and it means the neighborhood is fighting criminals in the cover of darkness that they need to commit their crimes, and we're all impacted. John, I speak to constituents every day that have had their homes every day that are holding on by a thread because they can't keep up with the retail threat. We have families who are leaving website communities to find safer cities to raise their families in. Gearing up, and those are jobs and people's livelihoods leaving with them. Now, that is why we're standing together, united in the message. We are taking our schools back, done with the nonsense, and we are going to take this mess up in CD11. You will decide permanently. I know several families that have moved out or are working on moving out, as soon as they can. And crime is a big part of it. I mean, everybody's sick of that. These helicopters over our neighborhoods almost every night. 3 times this week, we've had police helicopters about. And we must be chasing the same guys over and over again. Well, and let's go watch the people like Mike Warren and George F. John that have got the message that it was perfectly acceptable to receive, legal, and distribute drugs without any kind of consequence. And Trump in Los Angeles and across California made it clear in the landslide election of our new district attorney and it happened to Prop 36 that the party is over. If we are going to take back our streets, we are prioritizing dealing with crime problems in the city, and we are going to get our communities back on track. The constituents, President Hillary, the Council District 11 deserve nothing less. Yeah, I know she wants this. And I know there are some neighborhoods that have far more criminal activity going on than ours, but we've got a fair amount of murderers waiting for their payment up there. Been out here for years. And the police presence is minimal to non-existent. In fact, neighbors are much on the phone and just all these neighborhood groups. People are thinking of signing up with security services just in case the first one's not available at any given moment. So people are paying double security fees on top of all the taxes they pay for LAPD. That's right, and that is an untenable burden to put on people. Many of them are struggling to make ends meet, not favors that are meant to have to hire private security, but they have to make investments in changing around the store layout, often of products. None of this is tenable, it's not sustainable, and we people with that. And unfortunately, with these staffing levels being what they are, we're going to have to supplement with technology. We know these white careers are a great way to do that, and we actually saw it roll out in Council District 12 a few weeks ago, but just in the first 24 hours of the cameras going live, June created a request by LAPD. Something is on the FBI most wanted. Something else that was out committing back to grab robberies in another part of the city. We have criminals coming from all over. Los Angeles, they commit crime because they thought they could get away with it. And now they see from the district attorney, at least this council member, are standing together saying, not here, not on the website, not in this council district. You do it here, we're coming to you. Tracy, you were terrific. You really are the best. Let's talk again soon. I know you have to run. You got it done. Have a good day. Okay, Tracy Park, the councilman, more coming out on this hour. This fascinates me. The storm here with the drones in New Jersey. Every night, there's all these drones up in the sky. Nobody knows what they are. They're hovering, a lot of them near Trump's golf course in Mid-Minster. And a lot of them are hovering in the area where I grew up. story on what some experts think it might be. And the reason the government says they don't know is maybe because it's the government that sent up the drones. There's a secret agency that even most people in government are not aware of. I don't know if it's behind these drones, but we're going to explore it. We're also going to have a reporter from News Nation coming on after that. And I actually have a drone story to tell you about. Oh, you have drones? I do. All right.
A lot of people have said for many years that there will come a time when we want to pause a little bit. That's not
The following is a conversation with Max Tegmark, his third time in the podcast. In fact, his first appearance was episode number 1 of this very podcast. He is a physicist and artificial intelligence researcher at MIT, co-founder of Future Web Institute, and author of Web 3.0, Being Human in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Most recently, he's a key figure in spearheading the open letter calling for a 6-month pause on giant AI experiments like training GPT-4. The letter reads, "We're calling for a pause on training of models larger than GPT-4 for 6 months. This does not imply a pause or ban on all AI research and development, or the use of systems that have already been placed in the market. Our call is specific and addresses a very small pool of actors who possesses this capability." The letter has been signed by over 50,000 individuals, including 1,800 CEOs and over 1,500 professors. Signatories include Joshua Bengio, Bill Russell, Elon Musk, Steve Wozniak, Yuval Harari, Andrew Yang, and others. This is a defining moment in the history of human civilization, where the balance of power between humans and AI begins to shift. And Max's mind and his voice is one of the most valuable and powerful in a time like this. His support, his wisdom, his friendship has been a gift I'm forever deeply grateful for. This is the Life Speaking Podcast. The support please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, is Max. You were the first ever guest on this podcast, episode number 1. So first of all, Max, I just have to say thank you for giving me a chance. Thank you for starting this journey. It's been an incredible journey. Just thank you for sitting down with me and just acting like I'm somebody who matters and I'm somebody who's interesting to talk to. And thank you for doing it. I meant a lot.
Thanks to you for putting your heart and soul into this. I know when you delve into controversial topics, it's inevitable to get hit by what Hamlet talks about, the slings and arrows and stuff, and I really like this in an era, where YouTube videos are too long and now it has to be like a 20-minute TikTok, 20-second TikTok clip. It's so refreshing to see you exactly getting all of the advice and doing these really long-form things, and the people appreciate it. Reality is nuanced, and thanks for sharing it.
So let me ask you again, the first question I've ever asked on this podcast, episode number 1, talking to you, do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe? What's your vision to that question? Do you have any updates? What's your view when you look out to the stars?
So when you look at the stars, if you define our universe the way most astrophysicists do, not with all of space, but the spherical region of space that we can see with our telescopes from which light has attempted to reach us since our Big Bang, I'm in the minority. I estimate that we are the only life in the spherical volume that has invented internet, radio, gotten out of our path. And if that's true, then it's a lot of responsibility on us to not mess this one up. If it's true, it means that life is quite rare, and we are stewards of this one spark of the planet's consciousness, which if we nurture it and help it grow, it eventually life can spread from here out into much of the universe. We can have this amazing future. Of course, if we instead are reckless with the technology we build and just snuff it out, which is stupidity or infighting, maybe the rest of cosmic history in our universe is going to be a full friends eventually. But I do think that we are actually very likely to get visited by aliens, alien intelligence very soon. But I think we are going to be building out alien intelligence.
So, we're going to give birth to an intelligent alien civilization. Unlike anything that the evolution here on Earth was able to create in terms of the path, the biological path.
Yeah, and it's going to be much more alien than a cat or even the most exotic animal on the planet right now, because it will not have been created through the usual Darwinian competition where it necessarily cares about self-preservation, is afraid of that, or any of those things. The space of alien minds that you can build is so much faster than what evolution will give you. And for us, make sure that the kind of minds we create are the kind of minds that is good to create. Minds that will share our values and be good for humanity and life. And also create minds that don't suffer.
Do you try to visualize the full space of alien minds that AI could be? Do you try to consider all the different kinds of intelligence? So generalizing what humans are able to do to the full spectrum of intelligent creatures, entities can do.
We try, but I would say I fail. It's very difficult for human minds to really grapple with something so completely alien. I mean, even for us, right? We just try to imagine how would it feel if we were completely indifferent towards death or individuality. Even if you just imagine this, for example, you could just copy my knowledge of how to speak Swedish. Now you can speak Swedish. And you could copy any of my cool experiences and you could delete the ones you didn't like in your own life. Just like that. It would already change quite a lot about how you feel as a human being, right? You probably spend less effort studying things if you just copy them, and you might be less afraid of death because if the plane you're on starts to crash, you'd just be like, oh shucks, I haven't backed my brain up for 4 hours, so I'm gonna lose all these wonderful experiences of this flight. We might also start feeling more like compassionate maybe with other people if we can so readily share each other's experiences and our knowledge and feel more like hive mind. It's very hard though, and I really feel very humble about this to grapple with it. So how it might actually feel. But the one thing that's so obvious though, it's really worth reflecting on is because the mind space of possible intelligence is so different from ours, it's very dangerous if you assume they're going to be like us or anything like us.
Well, there's the entirety of human written history has been through poetry, through novels, trying to describe the philosophy, and trying to describe the human condition, both entailed in it. Like just as you said, fear of death and all those kinds of things, what is love, and all of that changes if you have a different kind of intelligence.
Yeah.
All of them. He's writing all those poems. They're trying to sneak up to what the hell it means to be human. All of that changes. How AI concerns existential crises that AI experiences, how that clashes with the human existential crisis, the human condition. Yeah. It's hard to fathom, hard to predict.
It's hard, but it's fascinating to think about also. Even in the best case scenario where we don't lose control over the more powerful AI that we're building to other humans whose goals we think are horrible, and where we don't lose control of the machine, and AI provides the things we want. Even then, get into the person's viewpoint here. Maybe it's the struggle, but it's actually hard to do things. It's part of the things you get to see as well, right? So, for example, I found it so shocking that this new Microsoft GPT-4 commercial that they put together has this woman talking about showing the demo how she's going to give a graduation speech to her beloved daughter, and she asked GPT-4 to write it. If we're speaking 200 words or so, if I realized that my parents couldn't be bothered struggling a little bit to write 200 words and outsource that to the computer, I would feel really offended, actually. And so I wonder if eliminating too much of the struggle from our existence, do you think that would also take away a little bit of what
Needs to be human, yeah. It became a big hit. I had somebody mention to me that they started using ChatGPT with the 3.5 now 4.0 to write what they really feel to a person. And they have a temper issue. And they're basically trying to get ChatGPT to rewrite it in a nicer way. To get the point across to rewrite it in a nicer way. So we're even removing the inner aspect of communication. So I don't, there's some positive aspects of that, but mostly it's just a transformation of how we communicate. And it's scary because so much of our society is based on this glue of communication. And if we're now using AI as the medium of communication that does the language for us, so much of the emotion that's laid in communication, so much of the intent that's going to be handled by outsourced AI. How does that change everything? How does that change the internal state of how we feel about other human beings? What makes us lonely? What makes us excited?
Yeah.
What makes us afraid? How we fall in love? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Me personally, that's the challenge. Is one of the things that really makes my life feel meaningful. If I go hike the mountain with my wife Maya, I don't want to just press a button and be at the top. I want to struggle, I want her sweaty and feel, wow, I just did this. In the same way, I want to constantly work on myself to become a better person. If I say something in anger that I regret, I want to go back and really work on myself rather than just tell an AI from now on, always filter what I write so I don't have to work on myself. Because then I'm not growing.
Yeah, but then again, it could be like with chess. An AI runs it significantly, obviously, it supersedes the performance of humans. It will live in its own world and provide maybe a flourishing civilization for humans, but we humans will continue hiking mountains and playing our games, even though AI is so much smarter, so much stronger, so much superior in every single way, just like with chess. That's one possible hopeful trajectory here, because humans will continue to human, and AI will just be a kind of a medium that enables the human experience to flourish.
Yeah. I would raise that as rebranding ourselves, Homo sapiens, the Homo sapiens. Right now we're sapiens, the ability to be intelligent. We didn't put it in our species name. We're branding ourselves as the smartest information processing entity on the planet. That's clearly going to change if AI continues ahead. So maybe we should focus on the experience, the subjective experience that we have. Homo sapiens, and say that's what's really valuable. Love, connection, the other things. And get off our high horses and get rid of this hubris that only we can do integrals.
So consciousness, subjective experience is the fundamental value. Make that.
That feels like a hopeful direction to me, but that also requires more compassion, not just towards other humans because they happen to be the smartest on the planet, but also towards all our other fellow creatures on the planet. I personally feel right now we're treating a lot of farm animals horribly, for example, and the excuse we're using is, oh, they're not as smart as us. But if we're not that smart in the grand scheme of things either, then surely we should value the subjective experience of the cow also.
Well, allow me to briefly look at the book, which at this point is becoming more and more visionary that you've written. I guess it was 5 years ago, 1.3.0. So, first of all, 3.0. What's 1.0? What's 2.0? What's 3.0? And how's that vision sort of evolved? The vision of the book evolved today.
Like 1.0 is really dumb, like bacteria, and that it can't actually learn anything at all in the lifetime. The learning just comes from this genetic process from one generation to the next. Like 2.0 is us and other animals which have a brain learn during their lifetime a great deal. And you were born without being able to speak English, and at some point you decided, hey, I want to upgrade my software. Let's install an English speaking module. So you did. And like 3.0 does not exist yet, and to not replace not only its software the way we can, but also its hardware. And that's where we're heading towards at high speed. We're already at maybe 2.1 because we put in an artificial knee, pacemaker, etc., etc. And Neuralink and other companies will be like 1.2, etc. But what companies trying to build AGI are trying to make, of course, cool 3.0, and you can put that intelligence in something that also has no biological basis whatsoever.
So less constraints and more capabilities, effectively from 1.0 to 2.0. There is nevertheless, you speaking so harshly about bacteria, so disrespectfully about bacteria, there's still the same kind of magic there that permeates life 2.0 and 3.0. It seems like maybe the thing that's truly powerful about life, intelligence, and consciousness was already there in 1.0. Is it possible?
I think you should be humble and not be so quick. Make everything binary and say either it's there or it's not. Clearly, there's a great spectrum, and there's even controversy about whether some unicellular organisms like amoebas maybe learn a little bit. After all, so polycytic bacteria wasn't my pet. But it's more that I wanted to talk up how cool it is to actually have a brain, where you can learn dramatically within your lifetime.
Typical human.
And the higher up you get from 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0, the more you become the captain of your own destiny, of your own ship, master of your own destiny, the less you become a slave to whatever evolution gave you. By upgrading your software, it can be so different from previous generations and even from our parents, much more so than even the bacteria, no offense to that. And if you can also swap out your hardware, take any physical form you want, of course, really the sky's the limit.
Yeah, so it accelerates the rate at which you can perform the computation that determines your destiny.
Yeah, and I think it's worth commenting a bit on what you means in this context also, if you swap things out a lot, right? This is controversial, but my current understanding is that life is best thought of not as a bag of meat or even a bag of elementary particles. Rather, it's a system which can process information and retain its own complexity, even though nature is always trying to mess it up. So it's all about information processing. And that makes it a lot like something like a wave in the ocean. It's not it's water molecules. The water molecules bob up and down, but the wave moves forward. It's an information pattern. The same way you, Lex, you're not the same atoms as during the first time you got with me. You swapped out most of them, but it's still you. And the information pattern is still there. And if you could swap out your arms and whatever, you still have this kind of continuity. It becomes much more sophisticated sort of way forward in time, where the information goes on. I lost both my parents since our last podcast, and it actually gives me a lot of solace that this way of thinking about them, they haven't entirely died. Because a lot of mommies and daddies, a lot of their values and ideas and even jokes and so on, they haven't gone away. Right? Some of them live on, I can carry on some of them, and they also live on a lot of other people. So in this sense, even with Life 2.0, we can, to some extent, already transcend our physical bodies and our death. And particularly if you can share your own information, your own ideas with many others like you do in your podcast, then that's the closest to mortality we can get with our bodies.
You carry a little bit of that.
Yes.
You missed that. What did you learn about like this?
On so many things. For starters, my fascination for math and the physical mysteries of the universe. They got a lot of that from my dad. I think my obsession with really big questions and consciousness and so on that actually came mostly from my mom. And what I got from both of them, a very core part of who I am, is this just feeling comfortable with not buying into what everybody else is saying. Doing what I think is right. They both very much just did their own thing. And sometimes they got flack for it and did it anyway.
That's why you've always been an inspiration to me. That you're at the top of your field and you're still willing to tackle the big questions in your own way. You're one of the people that represents that makes you best to me. You've always been an inspiration to that. So it's good to hear that you got that from your mom and dad.
Yeah, you're too kind. But yeah, I mean, the good reason to do science is because you're really curious, you want to figure out the truth. If you think this is how it is and everyone else says, no, that's bullshit, and it's that way, you stick to what you think is true. And even if everybody else keeps thinking it's bullshit, there's certain. I always root for the underdog when I watch movies. And my dad, one time, for example, when I wrote one of my craziest papers ever, and I'm not talking about our universe ultimately being mathematical, which we're not going to get into today. I got this email from a pretty famous professor saying it's not only bullshit, but it's going to ruin your career. Stop doing this kind of stuff. I sent it to my dad. Do you know what he said? He replied with a quote from Dante. Segui il tuo corso e la seguire la gente. Follow your own path and let the people talk. Go, Dad.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing. And he's dead with that attitude. It's not.
How did losing them as a man, as a human being, change you? How did it expand your thinking about the world? How did it expand your thinking about, this thing we're talking about, which is humans creating another living, sentient, perhaps, being?
It mainly due to things. One of them just going through all their stuff after they had passed away and so on. We drove home to how important it is to ask ourselves, why are we doing this things we do? Because it's inevitable that you look at some things they spent enormous time on and you ask, in hindsight, would they really have spent so much time on this? Or would they have done something that was more meaningful? So I've been looking more in my life now and asking, why am I doing what I'm doing? And I feel it should either be something I really enjoy doing or it should be something that I find really, really meaningful because it helps humanity And said none of those two categories, maybe I should spend less time on it. No. The other thing is dealing with that stuff in personal life. That's actually made me less afraid of even less afraid of other people telling me that I'm an idiot, which happens regularly. And live my life, do my thing, um, and it made it a little bit easier for me to focus on what I feel is very important.
What about fear of your own death? Has it made it more real that this is something that happens?
Yeah, it's made it extremely real. I'm next in line in our family now, right? My daughter's become my brother. But they both handle it with such dignity. That was a true inspiration also. They never complained about things, and when the whole body starts falling apart, more and more to complain, but they looked at what they still do that was meaningful, and they focused on that rather than wasting time talking about or even thinking of bad things they were disappointed in. I think anyone can make themselves depressed if they start their morning by making a list of grievances. Whereas if you start your day with a little meditation, things are great before you basically choose to be a happy person.
Because you only have a finite number of days to spend them being grateful. Well, you do happen to be working on a thing which seems to have potentially some of the greatest impact on human civilization of anything humans have ever created, which is artificial intelligence. This is on the both detailed technical level and on a high philosophical level you work on. So you mentioned to me that there's an open letter that you're working on.
It's actually going live in a few hours. So I've been having late nights and early mornings. It's been very exciting, actually. In short, have you seen Don't Look Up, the film?
Yes.
I don't want to be the movie spoiler for anyone watching this who hasn't seen it, but if you're watching this, you haven't seen it, watch it. Because we are actually acting out. It's life-imitating art. Humanity is doing exactly that right now, except it's an asteroid that we are building ourselves. Almost nobody is talking about it. People are struggling across the planet about all sorts of things. We've seen very minor compared to the asteroid about to hit us, right? Most politicians don't even have their radars on the radar. They think maybe in 100 years, whatever. Right now, we're at a fork in the road. It's the most important fork humanity has reached, and it's over 100,000 years on this planet. We're building effectively a new species that's smarter than us. It doesn't look so much like a species yet because it's mostly not embodied in robots, but that's a technicality which is okay. And this arrival of artificial general intelligence that can do all our jobs as well as us, and probably shortly thereafter super intelligence, which creates our cognitive abilities. It's going to either be the best thing ever happened to humanity or the worst. I'm really quite confident that there is not that much middle ground there.
So it would be fundamentally transformative to human civilization.
Utterly and totally. Yeah, we branded ourselves as Homo sapiens because it seems like the basic thing. We're the king of the castle on this planet. We're the smart ones. Control everything else. And this can very easily change. We're certainly not going to be the smartest on the planet for very long as AI, unless AI progress is false. And we can talk more about why I think that's true, because it's controversial. And then we can also talk about reasons you might think it could be the best thing ever, and the reasons you think it could be the end of humanity, which is, of course, super controversial. So, what I think anyone who's working on advanced AI can agree on is that much like the film Don't Look Up, and that it's just really comical how little serious public debate there is about it, given the huge
what we're talking about is the development of currently things like GPT-4 and the signs it's showing of rapid improvement that may in the near term lead to development of super intelligent AGI, AI, general AI systems, and what kind of impact that has on society. When that thing achieves general human level intelligence, and then beyond that, general superhuman level intelligence. There's a lot of questions to explore. So one, you mentioned halt. Is that the content of the letter? Is to suggest that maybe we should pause the development of the system?
Exactly. So this is very controversial. When the first time we talked about how I was involved in starting the Future Life Institute, what we worked very hard on 2014, 2015 was the mainstream AI safety. The idea that we could do this and that we could do things about them. Before then, a lot of people thought it was really kooky to even talk about it, and a lot of AI researchers felt worried that this was too flaky and without the funding, and they talked about it were didn't understand AI. I'm very, very happy with how that's gone, and that now it's completely mainstream. You go in any AI conference and people talk about AI safety, and it's a nerdy technical field full of equations and blah blah. As it should be. But there's this other thing which has been quite taboo up until now, calling for slowdown. So what we've constantly been saying, including myself, I've been biting my tongue a lot, is that, we don't need to slow down AI development. We just need to win this race, the wisdom race between the growing power of the AI and the growing wisdom, and we can manage it. And rather than trying to slow down AI, let's just try to accelerate the wisdom. Do all the technical work to figure out how you can actually ensure that your powerful AI is going to do what you want it to do, and have society adapt also with incentives and regulations so that these things can work. Sadly, that didn't pan out. The progress on technical AI and capabilities has gone a lot faster than many people thought. Back when we started this in 2014, turned out to be easier to build really advanced AI than we thought. And on the other side, it's gone much slower than we hoped to get it even. Policymakers and others actually put in place incentives in place to make steer this in good direction. Maybe we should unpack it and talk a little bit about each. So, why did it go faster than a lot of people thought? In hindsight, it's exactly like building flying machines. People spent a lot of time wondering about how do birds fly, and that turned out to be really hard. Have you seen the TED Talk with a flying bird?
Like a flying robotic bird?
Yeah, it flies around the audience, but it took 100 years longer to figure out how to do that than for the Wright brothers to build the first airplane, because it turned out there was a much easier way to fly. And evolution picked the more complicated one because it had its hands tied. It could only build a machine that could assemble itself, which the Wright brothers didn't care about. They could only build a machine that used only the most common atoms in the periodic table. Wright brothers didn't care about that. They could use steel, iron atoms, and it had to be able to repair itself, and it also had incredibly fuel efficient. A lot of birds use less than half the fuel of a remote control plane flying the same distance. The humans throw them on, put a little fuel in it, there you go, 100 years earlier. And that's exactly what's happening now with these large language models. The brain is incredibly complicated. Many people made the mistake of thinking we had to figure out how the brain does human level AI first before we could build in the machine. That was completely wrong. You can take an incredibly simple computational system called a transformer network, and you train it to do something incredibly dumb. Just read a gigantic amount of text and try to predict the next words. And it turns out, if you just throw a ton of compute at that and a ton of data, it gets to be frighteningly good, like GPT-4, which been playing with so much since it came out, right? And there's still some debate about whether that can get you all the way full human level or not. But yeah, we can come back to details of that and how you might get human level AI even if like large language models don't.
Can you briefly, if you just do a small tangent, comment on your feelings about GPT-4? Just that you're impressed by this rate of progress, but where is it? Can GPT-4 reason? What are like the intuition? What are human interpretable words you can assign to the capabilities of GPT-4 that makes it so damn impressive?
I'm both very excited about it and terrified. Interesting mixture of emotions.
All the best things in life.
Yeah, it can absolutely reason. Anyone who hasn't played with it, I highly recommend doing that before using it. It can do quite remarkable reasoning. I've had to do a lot of things which I realized I couldn't do that myself. Not well, even. And obviously does it dramatically faster than we do too when we watch it type. And it's doing that while servicing a massive number of other humans at the same time. At the same time, it cannot reason as well as a human can on some tasks. It's just because it's obviously a limitation from its architecture. We have in our heads what in recurrent from this neuron to this neuron to this neuron and then back to this one. You can ruminate on something for a while, you can self-reflect on. These large language models, they cannot. It's a so-called transformer, where it's just like a one-way street of information, basically. And deep speak, called the feed-forward neural network. And it's only so deep, so it can only do logic that's that many steps and that deep. It's not. And you can create problems which will fail to solve for that reason. But the fact that it can do so amazing things with this incredibly simple architecture already is quite stunning. And what we see in my lab at MIT, when we look inside large language models to try to figure out how they're doing it, that's the key core focus of our research. It's called mechanistic interpretability in deep speak. You know, you have this machine that does smart kind of reverse engineers. How does it do it? They think of it also as artificial neuroscience. That's what neuroscientists do with actual brains, but here you have the advantage that you don't have to worry about measurement errors. You can see what every neuron is doing all the time. And a recurrent thing we see again and again. There's been a number of beautiful papers quite recently by a lot of researchers, some of them here in this area, is where when they figure out how something is done, you say, oh man, that's such a dumb way of doing it. And you immediately see how it can be improved. For example, there was a beautiful paper recently where they figured out how a large language model stores certain facts, like nickel powers of facts. And they figured out exactly how it's stored. And the way that they understood it was they could edit it. They changed some of the pineapples in it, and then they asked where's the Eiffel Tower, and it said it's in Rome. And they asked you, well, how do you get there? Oh, how do you get there from Germany? Oh, you take this train to Roma Tamini train station and this and that. And what might you see if you're in front of it? Oh, you might see the Colosseum. So we had to edit it. Literally, but the way that it's storing this information is incredibly dumb. For any fellow nerds listening to this, it was a big matrix, and roughly speaking, there were certain row and column vectors which encode these things, and they correspond very timely to each physical component. It would be much more efficient for sparse matrix just stored in a different place, you know, and everything so far we've figured out how these things do are ways where you can see they can easily improve. And the fact that this particular architecture has some roadblocks built into it, in no way can prevent crafty researchers from finding workarounds and making other kinds of architectures go all the way. So it's in short, it turned out to be a lot easier to build close to human intelligence than we thought, and that means our runway as a species to get our shit together has shortened.
And it seems like the scary thing about the effectiveness of large language models. So Sam Altman recently had a conversation with, and he really showed that the leap from GPT-3 to GPT-4 has to do with just a bunch of hacks, a bunch of little explorations, a bunch of little smart researchers doing a few little fixes here and there. It's not some fundamental leap and transformation in the architecture.
And more data
And more data to compute, but he said the big leaps has to do with not the data in the compute. It's learning this new system, just like you said. So researchers are going to look at these architectures, and there might be big leaps where you realize, wait, why are we doing this in this dumb way? And all of a sudden, this model's 10x smarter. And that can happen on any one day, on any one Tuesday or Wednesday afternoon. And then all of a sudden, you have a system that's 10x smarter. It seems like it's such a new discipline. It's such a new, but we understand so little about why this thing works so damn well that the linear improvement of compute or exponential, but the steady improvement of compute, steady improvement of data may not be the thing we even need to the next week. It could be a surprise little hack that improves everything.
or a lot of little leaps here and there, because so much of this is out in the open also. So many smart people are looking at this and trying to figure out little leaps here and there, and it becomes this sort of collective race where people feel if I don't take leaps, someone else. And it is actually very crucial for the other part of why do we want to slow this down. So again, what this open letter is calling for is pausing all training of systems that are more powerful than GPT-4 for 6 months. Give a chance for labs to coordinate a bit on safety and decide that give the right incentives for labs. Because you've interviewed a lot of these people who lead these labs, and you know just as well as I do, they're good people. They're idealistic people. They're doing this first and foremost because they believe that AI has a huge potential to help humanity. And but at the same time, they are trapped in this horrible race to the bottom. Have you read Meditations on Moloch by Scott Alexander?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful essay on this poem by Ginsberg where he interprets it as being about this monster. It's this game theory monster that pits people against each other in this race to the bottom where everybody ultimately loses. And the evil thing about this monster is even though everybody sees it and they still can't get out of the race. A good fraction of all the bad things that we do are caused by Moloch. And I like Alexander's naming of the monsters. We humans can think of it as a thing. If you look at why do we have overfishing, why do we have more generally the tragedy of the common, why is it that the live or I don't know if you had her on your podcast. Yeah, she's been on the phone. Great. She made this awesome point recently that beauty filters that a lot of female influencers feel pressure to use are exactly Moloch in action again. First, nobody was using them, and people saw them just the way they were. And then some of them started using it and becoming ever more plastic. And then the other ones that weren't using it started to realize that if they wanted to keep their market share, they have to start using it too. And then you're in a situation where they're all using it. And none of them has any more market share than before. So nobody gained anything, everybody lost. And they have to keep becoming ever more plastic also, right? And but nobody can go back to the old way because it's just too costly, right? Moloch is everywhere, and Moloch is not a new arrival on scene either. We humans have developed a lot of collaboration mechanisms to help us fight back against Moloch through various kinds of constructive collaboration. The Soviet Union and the United States did sign a number of arms control treaties against Moloch, who was trying to stoke them into unnecessarily risk nuclear upgrades, etc., etc. And this is exactly what's happening on the AI front. This time, it's a little bit geopolitics, but it's mostly money, where there's just so much commercial pressure. You know, if you take any of these leaders of the top tech companies, and they just say, you know, this is too risky, I want to pause for 6 months. They're going to get a lot of pressure from shareholders and others. Like, well, you know, if you pause, but those guys don't pause, we don't want to get our lunch eaten. And shareholders have the power to replace the executives in the worst case, right? So we did this open letter because we want to help these idealistic tech executives do what their heart tells them by providing the public pressure on the whole sector. Just pause. So they can all pause in a coordinated fashion. And I think without the public pressure, none of them can do it alone. Push back against the shareholders, no matter how good-hearted they are. Small is a really powerful goal.
So the idea is to, for the major developers of AI systems like this, so we're talking about Microsoft, Google, Meta, and anyone else.
OpenAI is very close with Microsoft, of course. There are plenty of small players. For example, Anthropic is very impressive. There's many players. I don't want to make a long list to leave anyone out. For that reason, it's so important that coordination happens. That there's external pressure on all of us, and you all need to talk. Because then the people, the researchers in these organizations, the leaders who want to slow down, they can say to their shareholders, you know, everybody's slowing down because there's pressure, and it's the right thing to do.
Have you seen in history there are examples of what's possible?
Yes, absolutely. Like human cloning, for example. You can make so much money on human cloning. Why aren't we doing it? Because biologists thought hard about this. Well, like, this is way too risky. They got together in the 70s in Silmar and decided even to stop a lot more stuff. Also, just editing the human germline, gene editing that goes in to our offspring. And decided, like, let's not do this because it's too unpredictable what it's going to lead to. We could lose control over what happens to our species. So they paused. There's a ton of money to be made there. So it's very doable. But you need a public awareness of what the risks are, and the broader community coming in and saying, hey, let's slow down. And you know, another common pushback I get today is we can't stop in the West because China. And in China, undoubtedly, they also get told we can't slow down because the West, because both sides think they're the good guys. But look at human cloning. You know? Did China forge ahead with human cloning? There's been exactly one human cloning that's actually been done. But no, it was done by a Chinese guy. You know where he is now? In jail. And you know who put him there? Chinese government. Not because Westerners said China, look, this is good. No, the Chinese government put it there because they also felt they like control. Chinese government. If anything, maybe they are even more concerned about having control than the Western government. Have no incentive of just losing control over where everything is going. And you can also see the Ernie book that was released by entity Baidu recently. They got a lot of pushback from the government and had to rein it in, you know, in a big way. I think once this basic message comes out that this isn't an arms race, it's a suicide race, where everybody loses if anybody's AI goes out of control, it really changes the whole dynamic. It's not. I'll say this again because this is a very basic point I think a lot of people get wrong. Because a lot of people dismiss the whole idea that AI can really get very superhuman because they think there's something really magical about intelligence such that it can only exist in human minds. And because they believe that, they think it's going to kind of get to just more or less GPT-4++, and then that's it. they don't see it as a suicide race. If whoever gets there first, they're going to control the world, they're going to win. That's not how it's going to be. And we can talk again about the scientific arguments as to why it's not going to stop there. But the way it's going to be is if anybody loses control, and you don't care if someone manages to take over the world and really doesn't share your goals, you probably don't really even care very much about what nationality you have. You're not going to like it much worse than today. If you live in Orwellian dystopia, what do you care who created it, right? And if it goes farther and we just lose control even to the machines, so that it's not us versus them, it's us versus it. What do you care who created this underlying entity which has goals different from humans ultimately, and you get marginalized, you get made obsolete, you get replaced. That's why what I mean when I say it's a suicide race. It's kind of like we're rushing towards this cliff. But the closer to the cliff we get, the more scenic the views are, and the more money there is there, and the more keep going. But we have to also stop at some point, right? Quick while we're ahead, and it's a suicide race. Cannot be won. The way to really benefit from it is continue developing awesome AI a little bit slower, but we make it safe, make sure it does the things that humans want, and create a condition where everybody wins. The technology has shown us that geopolitics and politics in general is not a zero-sum game at all.
So there is some rate of development that will lead us as a human species to lose control of this thing. And the hope you have is that there's some lower level of development which will not allow us to lose control. This is an interesting thought, losing control. So if you're somebody like Simon Pachai or Sam Altman at the head of a company like this, you're saying if they develop an AGI, they too will lose control. So no one person can maintain control. No group of individuals can maintain control.
If it's created very, very soon and as a big black box that we don't understand, like large language models, I'm very confident they're going to lose control. But this is just me saying, Sam Altman and Dennis Havis have both said themselves acknowledge that there's really great risks with this, and they want to slow down once they feel that it's scary. But it's clear that they're stuck in the Moloch is forcing them to go a little faster than they're comfortable with because of pressure. There's commercial pressures, right? And to get a bit optimistic here, of course, this is one that can be ultimately solved. It's just to win this rhythm race, it's clear that what is going to happen hasn't happened. The capability progress has gone faster than a lot of people thought, and the progress in the public sphere, policy making, and so on has gone slower than we thought. Even the technical AI safety has gone slower. A lot of the technical safety research was kind of banking on that large language models and other poorly understood systems couldn't get us all the way, that you had to build more of a kind of intelligence you could understand, maybe it could prove itself safe, things like this. And I'm quite confident that this can be done. We can reap all the benefits, but we cannot do it as quickly as this pro express train we're on now. That's why we need more time, I feel.
Is there something to be said, like Sam Altman talked about, which is while we're in pre-AGI stage, to release often and as transparently as possible to do normal. So, as opposed to being extremely cautious, release a lot. Don't invest in closed development where you focus on AI safety while it's somewhat dumb, quote unquote. Release as often as possible. And as you start to see signs of human level intelligence or superhuman level intelligence, then you can halt it.
Well, what a lot of safety researchers have been saying for many years is the most dangerous things you can do with an AI is, first of all, teach it to write code. Because that's the first step towards recursive self-improvement. You can take it from AGI to much higher levels. Okay, oops, we've done that. And another thing, high risk is connected to the internet. Let it go to websites, download stuff on its own, talk to people. Oops, we've done that already. Elias Yudkowsky, you said you interviewed him recently, right? He had this tweet recently that gave me one of the best laughs in a while. Where he was like, "Hey, people used to make fun of me and say you're so stupid, Eliezer, because you're saying you have to worry." Obviously, developers once they get really strong AI, first thing they do is like never connect it to the internet, keep it in a box where it has, where you can really study it. So he had written it in the meme form, so like that. Yeah, not that. Yeah. Now, LOL, let's make a chatbot. Yeah. And the third thing, Stuart Russell, amazing AI researcher. He has argued for a while that we should never teach AI anything about humans. Above all, we should never let it learn about human psychology and how you manipulate it. That's the most dangerous kind of knowledge you can give it. Yeah, you should all need to know how to cure cancer and stuff like that. But don't let it read Daniel Kahneman books about cognitive biases and all that. And then, oops, LOL, let's let social media recommender algorithms do exactly that. They get so good at knowing us, pressing our buttons, that we're starting to create a world now where we just have ever more hatred. Because they figured out that these algorithms not out of evil, but just to make money on advertising. That's the best way to get more engagement. The euphemism. Get people glued to their little rectangles. It's just to make them pissed off. It's really interesting that a large AI system is doing the recommender system kind of task on social media is basically just studying human beings, because it's a bunch of us rats giving it signal, non-stop signal. It'll show a thing, it will give signal, or then we spread that thing, we like that thing increases our engagement, gets us to return to the platform, and it has that on the scale of hundreds of millions of people, constantly learning and learning and learning. And presumably it's the number of parameters in the neural network that's doing the learning, the more end-to-end the learning is, the more it's able to basically encode how to manipulate human behavior, how to control humans at scale. Exactly, and that is not something that is in humanity's interest. Yes. Right now, it's mainly letting some humans manipulate other humans for profit and power, which already causes a lot of damage, and eventually that's the sort of skill that should make AIs persuade humans to let them escape whatever safety precautions. But there was a really nice article in the New York Times recently by Yuval Noah Harari and two co-authors, including Tristan Harris from The Social Dilemma. They have this phrase in there I love. Humanity's first contact with advanced AI was social media, and we lost that one. We now live in a country where there's much more hate, in a world where there's much more hate. And in our democracy, that we're having this conversation and people can't even agree on who won the last election. And we humans often point fingers at other humans and say it's their fault, but it's really monologue. And these AI algorithms, we got the algorithms and then monologue pitted the social media companies around against each other, so nobody could have a less creepy algorithm, because then they would lose out on revenue to the other company. Is there any way to win that battle back? Just linger on this one battle that we've lost in terms of social media. Is it possible to redesign social media, this very medium in which we use as a civilization to communicate with each other, to have these kinds of conversations, to have discourse, to try to figure out how to solve the biggest problems in the world, whether that's nuclear war or the development of AGI? Is it possible to do social media correctly? It's not only possible, but it's necessary. Who are we kidding that we're going to be able to solve all these other challenges if we can't even have a conversation? competition with each other, constructive. The whole idea, the idea of democracy is that you get a bunch of people together and we have a real conversation. The one to try to foster on this podcast, where you respect, you listen to people you disagree with, and you realize actually, well, there are some things actually, some common ground we have. Yeah, we both agree, let's not have a nuclear war, let's not do that, and etc., etc. We're kidding ourselves thinking we can face off the second contact with ever more powerful AI that's happening now with these large language models, if we can't even have a functional conversation in the public space. That's why I started the Recruit News project, recruitnews.org. But I'm an optimist fundamentally in there is a lot of things of goodness in people, and that what makes a difference between someone doing good things for humanity and bad things is not some sort of fairy tale thing that this person was born with an evil gene and this one was not born with a good gene. No, I think it's whether people find themselves in situations that bring out the best in them or that bring out the worst in them. And I feel we're building an internet and a society that brings out the worst. Yeah, this doesn't have to be that way. No, it does not. It's possible to create incentives and also create incentives that make money. They both make money and they have money. I mean, in long term, it's not a good investment for anyone when it's happening to war, for example. And, is it a good investment for humanity if we just ultimately replace all humans by machines and then we're so obsolete that eventually there's no humans left? So it depends on how you do the math, but I would say by any reasonable standard, if you look at the future income of humans and there aren't any, that's not a good investment. Moreover, why can't we have a little bit of pride in our species? Why should we just build another species that gets rid of us? If we were Neanderthals, would we really consider it a smart move that we had really advanced biotech to build Homo sapiens? You might say, hey Max, let's build these Homo sapiens. They're going to be smarter than us. Maybe they can help us defend us better against predators and help fix their caves, make them nicer. We'll control them undoubtedly. So then they build a couple, baby girl and a baby boy, and then you have some wise old Neanderthal elder like, I'm scared that we're opening up Pandora's box here and that we're going to get outsmarted by these super Neanderthal intelligences. There won't be any Neanderthals left. But then you have a bunch of others in the cave. Are you such a Luddite scaremonger? Of course, they're going to want to keep us around because we are their creators. And why, the smarter, I think the smarter they get, the nicer they're going to get. They're going to be us. They're going to want us around, and it's going to be fine. And besides, look at these babies. They're so cute. Clearly, they're totally harmless. Those babies are exactly GPT-4. It's not. I want to be clear. It's not GPT-4 that's terrifying. It's the GPT-4. It's the baby technology. Microsoft even had a paper recently out. The title something like Sparkles of AGI. And I'm basically saying this is baby AI, like these little Neanderthal babies. And it's going to grow up. There's going to be other systems from the same companies, from other companies, will be way more powerful, but they're going to take all the things, ideas, these babies. And before we know it, we're going to be like those last Neanderthals who were pretty disappointed when they realized they were getting replaced. So this interesting point you make is the programming. It's entirely possible GPT-4 is already the kind of system that can change everything by writing programs. Because it's like 2.0. The systems I'm afraid of are going to look nothing like a large language model, but once it or other people figure out a way of using this tech to make much better tech, right? It's just constantly replacing the software, and everything we've seen about how how these work under the hood. They're like the minimum viable intelligence. They do everything, the dumbest way that it works, sort of. Yeah. And so they're like 2.0, except when they replace the software, it's a lot faster than when you decide to learn Swedish. And moreover, they think a lot faster than us too. So when we don't think how one logs with them every nanosecond or so, the way they do. And we can't also just suddenly scale up our hardware massively in the cloud, so limited, right? So they are also like have seem to become a little bit more like people in that if they need more hardware, hey, rent it in the cloud. So how do you pay for it? Well, all the services you provide.
And what we haven't seen yet, which could change a lot, is entire software system. So right now, programming is mostly as an assistant tool to humans. But I do a lot of programming. So the kind of stuff that GPT goes in to do is replacing a lot of it. I still need design of things, like what are the prompts to generate the kind of stuff, that do some basic adjustment of the code, do some debugging. But if it's possible to add on top of GPT for kind of feedback loop of self-debugging through human code, and then you launch that system onto the wild on the internet because everything's connected, and have it do things, have it interact with humans, and get that feedback. Now you have this giant ecosystem of humans. It's one of the things that Elon Musk recently sort of tweeted as a case why everyone needs to pay $7 or whatever for Twitter.
Make sure they're real.
The bots are getting smarter and smarter and smarter to a degree where you can't tell the difference between a human and a bot.
That's right.
And now you can have bots outnumber humans by 1 million to 1. That's why he's making a case why you have to pay to prove you're human. It's one of the only mechanisms, which is depressing.
We have to remember, as individuals, we should from time to time ask ourselves, why are we doing what we're doing? Right? And as a species, we need to do that too. So if we're building, as you say, machines that are outnumbering us and more and more outsmarting us and replacing us on the job market, not just for the dangerous and boring tasks, but also for writing poems and doing art and things that a lot of people find very meaningful. Ask ourselves why. Why are we doing this? The answer is Mala is tricking us into doing it. And it's such a clever trick that even though we see the trick, we still have no choice but to fall for it. And also, the thing you said about you using Copilot AI tools to program faster, much faster would you say you code now? Still twice as fast? Or?
I don't really, because it's a new tool. I don't know if the speed is significantly improved, but it feels like I'm a year away from being 5 to 10 times faster.
So if that's difficult for programmers, then you're already seeing another kind of recursive self-improvement, right? Because previously, more like the major generation improvements of the code would happen at the human R&D kind of scale. And now, if that's 5 times shorter, then it's going to take 5 times less time than otherwise you would develop the next level of this tool, and so on. So this is exactly the sort of beginning of an intelligence explosion. There can be humans in the loop a lot in the early stages, and then eventually humans are needed less and less, and machines can more kind of go along. But what you said there is just an exact example of these sort of things. Another thing which I was kind of lying on my psychiatrist, imagining I'm on a psychiatrist's couch there saying, what are my fears that people would do with AI systems? Another thing. So I mentioned 3 that I had fears about many years ago that they would do. namely teach it to code, connect it to the internet, and teach it to manipulate humans. A fourth one is building an API where code can control this powerful thing, right? That is very unfortunate because one thing that systems like people have going for them is that they are an oracle in the sense that they just answer questions. There is no robot connected to GPT-4. GPT-4 can't go and do stock trading based on its thinking. It is not an agent. An intelligent agent is something that takes in information from the world, processes it, to figure out what action to take based on its goal that it has, and then does something back on the world. But once you have an API, for example, GPT-4, it doesn't stop Joe Schmo and a lot of other people from building real agents, which just keep making calls somewhere in some inner loop somewhere to these powerful oracle systems, which makes them themselves much more powerful. That's another kind of unfortunate development, which I think we would have been better off delaying. I don't want to take on any particular companies. I think they're all under a lot of pressure to make money. And again, the reason we're calling this pause is to give them all cover to do what they know is the right thing. Slow down a little bit at this point. But everything we've talked about, I hope will make clear to people watching this and applying these sort of human level tools cause gradual acceleration. Keep using yesterday's technology to build tomorrow's technology. When you do that over and over again, you naturally get an explosion. That's the definition of an explosion in science, right? Like if you have two people and they fall in love, now you have four people, and then they can make more babies, and now you have 8 people, and then you have 16, 32, 64, etc. We call that a population explosion, where it's just like if it's instead 3 neutrons in a nuclear reaction, if each one can make more than one, then you get an exponential growth, and that we call it a nuclear explosion. All explosions are like that, and an intelligence explosion is exactly the same principle, that some amount of intelligence can make more intelligence than that, and then repeat. You always get exponential.
What's your intuition why it doesn't? You mentioned there's some technical reasons why it doesn't stop at a certain point. What's your intuition? Do you have any intuition why it might stop?
It's obviously going to stop when it bumps up against the laws of physics. There are some things you just can't do no matter how smart you are. And Seth Lloyd,
laws of physics.
Seth Lloyd wrote a really cool paper on physical limits on computation, for example. If you put too much energy into it, and finite space will turn into a black hole. You can't move information around faster than the speed of light, stuff like that. But hard to store way more than a modest number of bits per atom, etc. But those limits are just astronomically above, like 30 orders of magnitude above where we are now. So bigger jump in intelligence than if you go from an ant to a human. I think, of course, what we want to do is have a control thing. In a nuclear reactor, you put moderators in to make sure exactly it doesn't blow up out of control, right? When we do experiments with biology and cells and so on, we also try to make sure it doesn't go out of control. We can do this with AI too. The thing is, we haven't succeeded yet. And Moloch is exactly doing the opposite. Just egging everybody on faster. Or the other company is going to catch up with you, or the other country is going to catch up with you. We have to want this stuff. And I don't believe in this asking people to look into their hearts and do the right thing. It's easy for others to say that, but like if you're in a situation where your company is going to get screwed, if you by other companies, they're not stopping people in a very hard situation. The right thing to do is change the whole incentive structure. And this is not an old. Maybe I should say one more thing about this, because Moloch has been around as humanity's number one or number two enemy in the beginning of civilization. And he came up with some really cool countermeasures. Like, first of all, already over 100,000 years ago, evolution realized that it was very unhelpful that people kept killing each other all the time. So it genetically gave us compassion and made it so that, like, if you get two drunk dudes getting into a pointless bar fight, they might give each other black eyes, but they have a lot of inhibition towards killing each other. And similarly, if you find a baby lying on the street when you go out for the morning jog tomorrow, you're going to stop and pick it up, right? Even though maybe it makes you late for your next podcast. So evolution gave us these genes that make our own egoistic incentives more aligned with what's good to create a group or part of, right? And then as we got a bit more sophisticated and developed language, we invented gossip, which is also a fantastic anti-knowledge, right? Because now it really discourages liars, moochers, cheaters, because their own incentive now is not to do this, because word quickly gets around, and then suddenly people aren't going to invite them to their dinners anymore and trust them. And then when we got a little more sophisticated and bigger societies, we invented the legal system, where even strangers who couldn't rely on gossip and things like this would treat each other, would have an incentive. Now those guys in the bar fights, even if someone is so drunk that he actually wants to kill the other guy, he also has a little thought in the back of his head that, do I really want to spend the next 10 years eating like really crappy food in a small room? I'm just gonna chill out, So, and we similarly have tried to give these incentives to corporations by having regulation, also some oversight, so that their incentives are really good. We tried really hard, the big problem that we're failing now is not that we haven't tried before, but it's just that the tech is developing much faster than the regulators have been able to keep up, right? So regulators, it's kind of comical, like the European Union right now is doing this AI Act, right? And in the beginning, they had a little opt-out exception that before would be completely excluded from regulation. Brilliant idea was the logic behind that. Some lobbyists pushed successfully for this. So we were actually quite involved with the Future Life Institute. Mark Rocco, Mr. Oop, Nigeria, and others, we're quite involved with talking to educating various people involved in this process about these general purpose AI models coming and pointing out that they would become the laughing stock if they didn't put it in. So the French started pushing for it, it got put in to the draft, and it looked like all was good. And then there was a huge counter push from lobbyists. There were more lobbyists and trust was from tech companies and from oil companies, for example. And it looked like it might maybe get taken out again. And now GPT-4 happened. And I think it's going to stay in. But this just shows, mob can be defeated. But the challenge we're facing is that the tech is generally much faster than what the policymakers are. And a lot of the policymakers also don't have a tech background. So, we really need to work hard to educate them on what's taking place here. So we're getting a situation where the first kind of I define artificial intelligence just as non-biological intelligence. And by that definition, a company, a corporation is also an artificial intelligence because the corporation isn't its human system. If its CEO decides, the CEO of the company decides one morning she or he doesn't want to sell cigarettes anymore, they'll just put another CEO in there. It's not enough to align the incentives of individual people or align individual computers' incentives to their owners, which is what technically I think the research is about. You also have to align the incentives of corporations with the greater good. And some corporations have gotten so big and so powerful very quickly that in many cases they're lobbyists that align the regulators to what they want rather than the other way around. The classic regulatory capture.
Right. Is the thing that slow down hope to achieve is give enough time for the regulators to catch up, or enough time for the companies themselves to breathe and understand how to do AI safety correctly?
I think both, but I think that the vision path to success I see is first you give breather actually to the people in these companies. Their leadership who wants to do the right thing, they all have safety teams and so on their company. Give them a chance to get together with the other companies, and the outside pressure can also help catalyze that, right? And work out what is it that's what are the reasonable safety requirements one should put on future systems before they get rolled out. There are a lot of people also in academia and elsewhere outside of these companies who can be brought into this and have a lot of very good ideas. And then I think it's very realistic that within 6 months you can get these people coming up. So here's a white paper. Here's what we all think is reasonable. Um, you didn't just because cars killed a lot of people. You didn't ban cars, but they got together a bunch of people and decided, in order to be allowed to sell a car, it has to have a seatbelt. There are the analogous things that you can start requiring that future AI systems are safe. And once this heavy lifting, this intellectual work has been done by experts in the field, which can be done quickly, I think it's going to be quite easy to get policymakers to see, yeah, this is a good idea. And it's for the companies to fight Moloch, they want, and I believe Sam Altman is supposed to be called for this, they want the regulators to actually adopt it so that their competition is going to buy it too, right? You don't want to be, and they enact all these principles and you abide by them, and then there's this one little company that doesn't sign on to it, and then now they can gradually overtake you. Then the companies will be able to sleep secure knowing that everybody's playing by the same rules.
So you think it's possible to develop guardrails that keep the systems from basically damaging irreparably humanity, while still enabling sort of the capitalist view competition between companies as they develop how to best make money with AI? I think there's a balancing that's possible.
Absolutely, but we've seen that in many other sectors where you have the free market produce quite good things without causing particular harm. And the guardrails are there and they work. Capitalism is a very good way of optimizing for just getting the same thing done more efficiently. But it was good, in hindsight, and I've never met anyone, even parties way over on the right in any country who thinks it was a terrible idea to ban child labor, for example.
Yeah, but it seems like this particular technology has gotten so good so fast, become powerful to a degree where you could see in the near term the ability to make a lot of money, and to put guardrails, develop guardrails quickly in that kind of context seems tricky. It's not similar to cars or child labor. It seems like the opportunity to make a lot of money here very quickly is right here before us.
Yeah, there's this clip.
Yeah.
It's closer to the cliff you go.
Yeah.
The more money there is, more gold ingots are on the ground, pick up or whatever. Right there, very fast. But it's not in anyone's incentive that we go over the cliff. And it's not like everybody's in their own car. All the cars are connected together with a chain. So if anyone goes over, they'll start dragging the others down too. And so ultimately, it's in the selfish interest also of the people in the companies to slow down when you just start seeing contours of the cliff there in front of you, right? And the problem is that even though the people who are building the technology and the CEOs, they really get it, the shareholders and these other market forces, they are people who don't honestly understand that the cliff is there. They usually don't. You have to get quite into the weeds to really appreciate how powerful this is and how fast. And a lot of people are even still stuck again in this idea that intelligence, in this carbon chauvinism, as I like to call it, that you can only have our level of intelligence in humans. there's something magical about it. Whereas the people in tech companies who build this stuff, they all realize that intelligence is information processing of a certain kind. And it really doesn't matter at all whether the information is processed by carbon atoms in neurons in brains or by silicon atoms in some technology we build. So you brought up capitalism earlier, and there are a lot of people who love capitalism and a lot of people who really, really don't. And it struck me recently that what's happening with capitalism here is exactly analogous to the way in which supervillains might wipe us out. So, I studied economics for my undergrad, Stockholm School of Economics. Yay.
No, I don't.
So I was very interested in how you could use market forces to get stuff done more efficiently, but give the right incentives to market so that it wouldn't do really bad things. So Dylan Hadfield Manel, who's a professor and colleague of mine at MIT, wrote this really interesting paper in collaborated recently, where they proved mathematically that if you just pick one goal that you just optimize for on indefinitely, you think it's going to bring you in the right direction. What basically always happens is, in the beginning, they will make things better for you. But if you keep going, at some point it's going to start making things worse for you again. And then gradually it's going to make it really, really terrible. It's just as simple, the way I think of the proof is, suppose you want to go from here back to Austin, for example, and you're like, okay, yeah, let's go south, but put in exactly the right direction. Just optimize that as south as possible. You get closer and closer to Austin, but there's always some little error, so you're not going exactly towards Austin, but you get pretty close. But then eventually you start going away again, and eventually you're going to be leaving the solar system.
Yeah.
And they proved this beautiful mathematical proof. This happens generally, and this is very important for AI because even though Stuart Russell has written the book, he's given a lot of talks on why it's a bad idea to have AI that blindly optimize something. That's what pretty much all our systems do. We have something called the loss function that we're just minimizing, a reward function just maximizing. And capitalism is exactly like that too. We wanted to get stuff done more efficiently. People wanted. So we introduced the free market. Things got done much more efficiently than they did in say, communism. Right? And it got better. But then it just kept optimizing and kept optimizing. And you got ever bigger companies and ever more efficient information processing, and now also very much powered by IP. And eventually, a lot of people are beginning to say, wait, we're optimizing a bit too much. Like, why did we just chop down half the rainforests? And why did suddenly these regulators get captured by lobbyists and so on? It's just the same optimization. It's been running too long. If you have an AI that actually has power over the world, and you just give it one goal and keep optimizing that, most likely everybody's going to be like, yay, it's great in the beginning, things are getting better. But it's almost impossible to give it exactly the right direction to optimize in. And then eventually a hybrid breaks loose, right? Nick Bostrom and others have given us examples that sound quite silly, like what if you just want to tell it to cure cancer or something? That's all you tell it. Maybe it's going to decide to take over entire continent just so we can get more supercomputer facilities in there and figure out how to cure cancer backwards. And you're like, wait, that's not what I want then, right? And the issue with capitalism and the issue with AI kind of merged now, because the Moloch I talked about is exactly the capitalist Moloch that we built an economy that is optimized for only one thing: profit. Right? And that worked great back when things were very inefficient, and then now it's getting done better. And it worked great as long as the companies were small enough that they couldn't capture the regulators. But that's not true anymore, but they keep optimizing. And now they realize that these companies can make even more profit by building a more powerful AI, even if it's reckless, but optimize more. So this is Moloch again showing up, and I just want to, anyone here who has any concerns about late stage capitalism having gone a little too far, you should worry about superintelligence. That's the same villain in both cases. It's Moloch.
And optimizing one objective function aggressively, blindly is going to take us there.
Yeah, we have to pause from time to time, look into our hearts, and ask why are we doing this? Is this am I still going towards Austin, or have I gone too far? Maybe we should change direction.
And that is the idea behind the halt for 6 months. What 6 months? It seems like a very short period. Can we just linger and explore different ideas here? Because this feels like a really important moment in human history where pausing would actually have a significant positive effect.
We said 6 months because we figured the number one pushback that we're going to get in the West was like, but China. And everybody knows there's no way that China is going to catch up with the West on this in 6 months. So that argument goes off the table, and you can forget about geopolitical competition and just focus on the real issues. That's why we just said.
That's really interesting. But you already made the case that even for China, if you actually want to take on that argument, China too would not be bothered by a longer halt because they don't want to lose control even more than the rest.
That's right.
That's a really interesting argument. Like, I have to actually really think about that. The kind of thing people assume is if you develop an AGI, that OpenAI, the ones that do it, for example, they're going to do it. You're saying no, they're going to be.
Yeah. It's going to get better and better and better, and then everyone will lose.
You'll lose or win it defined on a metric, basically. Quality of life for human civilization and for SEMO.
My personal guess, people can quibble with this, that we're just going to not be inhuman. That's it. That's why we might lose. We can see in history, once you have some species or some group of people who aren't needed anymore, it doesn't usually work out so well for them, right? There were a lot of horses that were used for traffic in Boston, and then the car got invented in Boston, but we don't need to go there. And if you look at humans, right now, why did the labor movement succeed? And after the Industrial Revolution, because it was needed. Even though we had a lot of Molochs and there was child labor and so on, the companies still needed to have workers. And that's why strikes have power. If we get to the point where most humans aren't needed anymore, I think it's quite naive to think that they're going to still be treated well. We say that, everybody's equal and the government will always protect them. But if you look in practice, groups that are very disenfranchised and don't have any actual power usually get screwed. And now, in the beginning, so the Industrial Revolution, we automated away muscle work. But that worked out pretty well eventually because we educated ourselves and started working with our brains instead, and we're using more interesting, better paid jobs. But now we're beginning to replace brain work. So we replaced a lot of boring stuff, like you've got the pocket calculator, so you don't have people multiplying numbers anymore at work. Fine. They were better jobs to get. But now, GPT-4, and the stable diffusion and techniques like this, they're really beginning to blow away some jobs that people really love having. It was a heartbreaking article just posted yesterday, social media I saw about this guy who was doing 3D modeling for gaming, and all of a sudden now they've got this new software. He just says prompts, and he feels his whole job that he loves starts with meaning. And I asked GPT-4 to rewrite Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in the style of Shakespeare. I couldn't have done such a good job. It was just really impressive. You've seen a lot of the art coming out here, right? So I'm all for automating away the dangerous jobs and boring jobs. But I think you hear some arguments which are too glib. People say, well, that's all that's going to happen. We're getting rid of boring, tedious, dangerous jobs. It's just not true. There's a lot of really interesting jobs that are being taken away now. Journalism is going to get crushed. Coding is going to get crushed. I predict the job market for programmers' salaries are going to start dropping. You know, if you said you can code 5 times faster, you know, then you need 5 times fewer programmers. Maybe there will be more output also, but you'll still end up using fewer programmers than today. And I love coding, you know, I think it's super cool. So we need to stop and ask ourselves why again are we doing this as humans. Like, I feel that AI should be built by humanity for humanity. And let's not forget that. It shouldn't be by Moloch for Moloch. What it really is now is kind of by humanity for Moloch. This doesn't make any sense. It's for us that we're doing it. And it makes a lot more sense if we develop, figure out gradually, safely how to make all this tech, and then we think about all the kind of jobs that people really don't want to have, you know, automate them all the way. And then we ask, what are the jobs that people really find meaning in? Like maybe taking care of children in the daycare center, maybe doing art, etc. And even if it were possible to automate that way, we can do that, right? We built these machines.
But it's possible that we redefine or rediscover what are the jobs that give us meaning.
Yeah.
So for me, the thing, it is really sad. Like half the time I'm excited, half the time I'm crying as I'm generating code, because I kind of love coding. It's an act of creation. You have an idea, you design it, and then you bring it to life, and it does something. Especially if there's some intelligence, it does something. It doesn't even have to. It comes to life. And there's a bunch of tricks you went along the way because you've been doing for many, many years. And then to see AI be able to generate all the tricks you thought were special. I don't know, it's very, it's scary, it's almost painful, like a loss of innocence maybe, like maybe when I was younger, I remember before I learned that sugar is bad for you, you should be on a diet. I remember I enjoyed candy in a way I just can't anymore, and I know it's bad for me. I enjoyed it unapologetically, fully, just intensely, and I lost that. Now I feel like a little bit of that is lost for me with being lost in programming. Similar as it is for the 3D modeler, no longer being able to really enjoy the art of modeling 3D things for gaming. I don't know what to make sense of that. Maybe I would rediscover like the true magic of what it means to be humans connecting with other humans, to have conversations like this. I don't know, to have sex, to be free, to really intensify the value from conscious experiences versus like creating of itself.
You're pitching the rebranding again, Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens, the meaningful experiences. And just to inject some optimism in this here so we don't sound like a bunch of gloomers, you know, we can totally have our cake and eat it. You hear a lot of totally bullshit claims that we can't afford having more teachers, have to cut the number of nurses. You know, that's just nonsense, obviously. With anything, even quite far short of AGI, we can dramatically grow the GDP and produce a wealth of goods and services. It's very easy to create a world where everybody is better off than today, including the richest people can be better off as well, right? It's not a zero-sum game in technology. Again, you can have two countries like Sweden and Denmark had all these ridiculous wars century after century, and sometimes that Sweden got a little better off because it got a little bit bigger, and then Denmark got a little bit better off because Sweden got a bit smaller. But then then technology came along, and we both got dramatically wealthier without taking away from anyone else. It was just a total win for everyone. And AI can do that on steroids. If you can build safe AGI, if you can build super intelligence, basically all of the limitations that cause harm today we can eliminate it. Right? It's a wonderful possibility. And this is not sci-fi. This is something that's really possible according to the laws of physics. And I talked about ways of making it safe also. But unfortunately, that will only happen if we steer in that direction. That's not the default outcome. That's why income inequality keeps going up. That's why the life expectancy in the U.S. has been going down. Now I think it's 4 years in a row. I just read a heartbreaking study from the CDC about how something like 1/3 of all teenage girls in the U.S. are thinking about suicide. Those are steps in the totally the wrong direction, and it's important to keep our eyes on the prize here. That we have the power now, for the first time in the history of our species, to harness artificial intelligence to help us really flourish and help bring out the best in our humanity rather than the worst of it. To help us have really fulfilling experiences that feel truly meaningful. And you and I shouldn't sit here and dictate future generations what they will be. Let them figure it out, but give them a chance to live. And not foreclose all these possibilities for them by just messing things up. Right?
So for that, we'll have to solve the AI safety problem. It'd be nice if we can really go exploring that a little bit. So one interesting way to enter that discussion is you tweeted, and Elon replied, you tweeted, let's not just focus on whether GPT-4 will do more harm or good on the job market, but also whether its coding skills will hasten the arrival of superintelligence. That's something we can talk about. Right? So Elon proposed one thing in the reply saying maximum truth seeking is my best guess for AI safety. Can you maybe steel man the case for this objective function of truth and maybe make an argument against it? And in general, what are your different ideas to start approaching the solution to AI safety?
I didn't see that reply actually. Oh shit. But I really resonate with it because AI is not evil. It's caused people around the world to hate each other much more. But that's because we made it in a certain way. It's a tool. We can use it for great things and bad things. And we can just as well have AI systems. And this is part of my vision for success here. Truth-seeking AI that really brings us together again. But why do people hate each other so much between countries and within countries? It's because they each have totally different versions of the truth, right? If they all had the same truth, they trust it for good reason, they could check it and verify it and not have to believe in some self-proclaimed authority, right? There wouldn't be nearly as much hate. There'd be a lot more understanding instead. And this is, I think, something AI can help enormously with. For example, a little baby step in this direction is this website called Metaculous, where people bet and make predictions not for money but just for their own reputation. And it's kind of funny actually. You treat the humans like you treat AI, and you have a loss function where they get penalized if they're super confident on something and then the opposite happens. Yeah. Whereas if you're kind of humble and then you're like, I think it's 51% chance this is going to happen, and then the other happens, you don't get penalized much. And what you can see is that some people are much better at predicting than others. They've earned your trust, right? One project that I'm working on right now is an outsourced improved news foundation together with a bunch of folks is seeing if we can really scale this up a lot with more powerful AI. So I would love it. I would love for there to be a really powerful truth-seeking system where that is trustworthy because it keeps being right about stuff. And people come to it and maybe look at its latest trust ranking of different pundits and newspapers, etc. They want to know why someone got a low score. They can click on it and see all the predictions that they actually made. and how they turned out. This is how we do it in science. You trust scientists like Einstein who said something everybody thought was bullshit and turned out to be right. You get all trust point, then you get it multiple times even. I think AI has the power to really heal all of the risks you're seeing about creating trust systems. It has to get away from this idea today with the fact-checking sites which make yourself have an agenda and you just trust it because of its reputation. You want to have it that so these sort of systems, they earn their trust and they're completely transparent. This, I think, would actually help a lot. That I think help heal the very dysfunctional conversation that humanity has about how it's going to deal with all its biggest challenges in the world today. And then on the technical side, another common sort of gloom comment I get from people saying we're just screwed, there's no hope, is, well, things like GPT-4 are way too complicated for humans to ever understand and prove that they can be trustworthy. They're forgetting that AI can help us prove that things work, right? And there's this very fundamental fact that in math, it's much harder to come up with a proof than it is to verify that the proof is correct. You can actually write a little proof checking code that's quite short, but you can, as a human, instead, and then it can check the most monstrously long proof ever generated by a computer and say, yeah, it's valid. So right now, we have this approach to virus checking software that it looks to see if there's something that you should not trust it, and if it can prove to itself that you should not trust that code, it warns you, right? What if you flip this around? And this is an idea to credit to Steve on the Humber for. So that it will only run the code if it can prove, instead of not running it if it can prove that it's not trustworthy, if it will only run it if it can prove that it's trustworthy. So ask the code, prove to me that you're going to do what you say you can do. And it gives you this proof. And you're going to prove that you can check it. Now you can actually trust an AI that is much more intelligent than you are. Because it's its problem to come up with this proof that you could never have found, but you should trust it.
So this is the interesting point. I agree with you, but this is where Eliezer Yudkowsky will disagree with you. His claim, not with you, but with this idea. His claim is super AI would be able to know how to lie to you with such a proof.
How to lie to you and you give me a proof that I'm going to think is correct?
Yeah.
But it's not me it's lying to, that's the trick my proof checker.
So yes, so his general idea is a super intelligent system can lie to a dumber system. So you're going to have, as the system becomes more and more intelligent, there's going to be a threshold where a super intelligent system will be able to effectively lie to a slightly dumber AGI system. Like there's a threat, like he really focuses on this weak AGI to strong AGI jump, where the strong AGI can make all the weak AGIs think that it's just one of them, but it's no longer that. And that leap is when it runs away.
Yeah, I don't try that argument. I think no matter how super intelligent an AI is, it's never going to be able to prove to me that there are only finitely many primes, for example. It just can't. And you can try to snow me by making up all of the new weird rules of deduction that you say, trust me, the way your proof checker works is too limited, and we have this new hypermath and it's true. But then I would just take that into account and forfeit some of these supposedly super cool technologies. I'm only going to go with the ones that I can prove in my own trusted proof checker. Then I think it's fine. There's still, of course, it's not something anyone has successfully implemented at this point, but I think I just give it as an example of hope. We don't have to do all the work ourselves. This is exactly just a very boring, tedious task that's perfect to outsource to an AI. And this is a way in which less powerful and less intelligent agents like us can actually continue to control and trust more powerful ones.
But build AGI systems that help us defend against other AGIs.
Well, for starters, begin with a simple problem, just making sure that the system that you own or is supposed to be loyal to you has to prove to itself that it's always going to do the thing that you actually want it to do, right? And if it can't prove it, maybe it's still going to do it, but you won't run it. So you just forfeit some aspects of all the cool things they actually do. I bet the Dollars Donuts can still do some incredibly cool stuff for you.
Yeah.
There are other things too that we shouldn't speak under their own. Like, not every human agrees on exactly what direction we should go with humanity, right? And you've talked a lot about geopolitical things on your podcast. This effect, but I think that shouldn't distract us from the fact that there are actually a lot of things everybody in the world virtually agrees on. That, hey, like having no humans on the planet in the near future, let's not do that. Right? You look at something like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Some of them are quite ambitious, and basically all the countries agree. U.S., China, Russia, Ukraine, they all agree. So instead of quibbling about the little things we don't agree on, let's start with the things we do agree on and get them done. Instead of being so distracted by all these things we disagree on that Moloch was. Because frankly, Moloch going wild now, it feels like a war on life playing out in front of our eyes. If you just look at it from space, We're on this planet, beautiful, vibrant ecosystem. Now we start chopping down big parts of it, even though most people thought that was a bad idea. Always start doing ocean acidification, wiping out all sorts of species. Oh, now we have all these close calls. We almost had a nuclear war. And we're replacing more and more of the biosphere with non-living things. We're also replacing in our social lives a lot of the things which were so valuable to humanity. A lot of social interactions now are replaced by people staring into their rectangles, right? And I'm not a psychologist, I'm out of my depth here, but I suspect that part of the reason why teen suicide and suicide in general in the U.S., the direct rate level, is actually caused by, again, AI technologies and social media, making people spend less time with actual human interaction. We've all seen a bunch of good-looking people in restaurants into the rectangles instead of looking at each other's eyes, right? So that's also part of the war on life, that we're replacing so many really life-affirming things by technology. We're putting technology between us. The technology that was supposed to connect us is actually distancing ourselves from each other, and then we're giving every more power to things which are not alive. These large corporations are not living things, right? They're just maximizing profit. I want to live in war in life. I think we humans, together with all our fellow living things on this planet, would be better off if we can remain in control over the non-living things and ensure that they work for us. I really think it can be done.
Can you just linger on this maybe high-level philosophical disagreement with Eliezer Yudkowsky? In the whole person. So he is very sure, because a very high probability, very close to 1, depending on the day he puts it at 1, that AI is going to kill humans. Mm-hmm. That he does not see a trajectory which it doesn't end up with that conclusion. What trajectory do you see that doesn't end up there? And maybe can you see the point he's making, and can you also see a way out?
Mm-hmm. First of all, I tremendously respect Eliezer Yudkowsky and his thinking. Second, I do share his view that there's a huge chance that we're not going to make it as humans. There won't be any humans on the planet in the not too distant future, and that makes me very sad. We just had a little baby, and I keep asking myself, how old is he even going to get? And I asked myself, it feels like, I said to my wife recently, it feels a little bit like I was just diagnosed with some sort of cancer, which has some risk of dying from and some risk of surviving, uh, except this is the kind of cancer which could kill all of humanity. So I completely take seriously his concerns. I think, but I don't think it's hopeless. I think there is first of all a lot of momentum now. For the first time, actually, since the many years that have passed since I and many others started warning about this, I feel most people are getting it now. I was talking to this guy in the gas station near our house the other day, and he's like, I think they're getting replaced. And so that's positive that we're finally seeing this reaction, which is the first step towards solving the problem. Second, I really think that this vision of only running AI really, if the stakes are really high, it can prove to us that they're safe. It's really just virus checking in reverse again. I think it's scientifically doable. I don't think it's hopeless. We might have to forfeit some of the technology that we could get if we were putting blind faith in our AIs, but we're still going to get amazing stuff.
Do you envision the process of the proof check where like something like GPT-4 or GPT-5 would go through a process?
No, I think it's hopeless. That's like trying to prove they're about fried spaghetti. What I think, the vision I have for success is instead that, just like we human beings were able to look at our brains and distill out the key knowledge. Galileo, when his dad threw him an apple when he was a kid, he was able to catch it because his brain could, in this funny spaghetti kind of way, predict how parabolas are going to move. This Kahneman system 1, right? Then he got older and it's like, wait, this is a parabola. It's y equals x squared. If you fill this knowledge out, and today you can easily program it into a computer and it can simulate not just that, but how to get to Mars and so on, right? I envision a similar process where we use the amazing learning power of neural networks to discover the knowledge in the first place. But we don't stop with a black box and use that. We then do a second round of AI where we use automated systems to extract out the knowledge and see what is it, what are the insights, and then we put that knowledge into a completely different kind of architecture or programming language or whatever that's made in a way that is both really efficient and also is more amenable to formal verification. That's my vision. I'm not sitting here saying I'm confident, 100% sure that it's going to work. But I don't think the chances are not zero either. And it will certainly be possible to do for a lot of really cool AI applications that we're not using now. So we can have a lot of the fun that we're excited about if we do this. We're going to need a little bit of time. That's why it's good to pause and put in place requirements. And one more thing also, I think someone might think, well, 0% chance we're going to survive. We'll just give up, right? That's very dangerous. Because there's no more guaranteed way to fail than to convince yourself that it's impossible and not try. When you study history and military history, the first thing you learn is that's how you do psychological warfare. You persuade the other side that it's hopeless, so they don't even fight. And then of course you win, right? Let's not do this psychological warfare on ourselves and say there's 100% probability we're all screwed anyway. It's sadly, I do get that a little bit sometimes from some young people who are like so convinced that we're all screwed that they're like, I'm just gonna play computer games and do drugs because we're screwed anyway, right? It's important to keep the hope alive because it actually has a causal impact and makes it more likely that we're going to succeed.
It seems like the people that actually build solutions to the problem, seemingly impossible to solve problems, are the ones that believe.
Yeah,
everything else will be the opposite.
yeah.
And it's like, it seems like there's some fundamental law to the universe where fake it till you make it, and it works. Like, believe it's possible, it becomes possible.
Yeah. Was it Henry Ford who said that if you tell yourself that it's impossible, it is. So let's not make that mistake. And this is a big mistake society is making. All in all, everybody's so gloomy, and the media are also very biased towards the bleeds with greed and gloom and doom. Right? So most visions of the future we have are dystopian. It really demotivates people. We want to really, really, really focus on the upside also to give people the willingness to fight for it. And for AI, you and I must talk about gloom here again. Let's not forget that, we have probably both lost someone we really cared about, some disease that we were told were incurable. Well, it's not. There's no law in physics saying you have to die of lung cancer or whatever. We should be cured. And there's so many other things that our human intelligence has also failed to solve on this planet, which AI could also very much help us with. Right? So if we can get this right, a little more chill and slow down a bit to get it right, it's mind-blowing how awesome our future can be. We talked a lot about stuff on Earth, which is great. But even if we really get ambitious and look up at the skies, right, there's no reason we have to be stuck on this planet for the rest of the remaining billions of years to come. We totally understand now that a lot of physics let spread out into space to other solar systems, to other galaxies, and flourish for billions and billions of years. And this is a very, very hopeful vision that really motivates me to fight. And coming back in the end, something you talked about again, is this struggle, how the human struggle is one of the things that really gives meaning to our lives. If there's ever been an epic struggle, this is it. And isn't it even more epic if you're the underdog? If most people are going to fail, it's impossible, right? And you persist, and you succeed. Right? That's what we can do together as a species on this one. A lot of pundits are ready to count us out,
both in the battle to keep AI safe and becoming a multiplanetary species.
Yeah, and they're the same challenge. If we can keep AI safe, that's how we're going to get multiplanetary very efficiently.
I have some sort of technical questions about how to get it right. So one idea that I'm not even sure what the right answer is to is, should systems like GPT-4 be open source in whole or in part? Can you see the case for either?
I think the answer right now is no. I think the answer early on was yes. So we could bring in all the wonderful thought process of everybody on this. But asking should we be open source GPT-4 now is the same as if you say, well, should be open source how to build really small nuclear weapons? Should we open source how to make bioweapons? Should we open source how to make a new virus that kills 90% of everybody gets it? Of course we shouldn't.
So it's already that powerful. It's already that powerful that we have to respect the power of the systems we built.
The knowledge that you get from open source and everything we do now might very well be powerful enough that people looking at that can use it to build the things that you're really threatening. Again, let's get it. Remember, OpenAI is GPT-4 is a baby AI. Baby proto, almost a little bit AGI, according to what Microsoft recent paper said, right? It's not that we're scared of. What we're scared about is people taking that who might be a lot less responsible than the company that made it, and just going to town with it. That's why we want to. It's an information hazard. There are many things which are not open source right now in society for a very good reason. How do you make certain kind of very powerful toxins out of stuff you can buy and and Home Depot, whatever. You don't open source those things for a reason. And this is really no different. So, what I'm saying, I have to say, it feels a bit weird, in a way, a bit weird to say it because MIT is like the cradle of the open source movement, and I love open source in general, power to the people, I say. But there's always going to be some stuff that you don't open source, and it's just like you don't open source. We have a 3-month-old baby, right? When he gets a little bit older, we're not going to open source to him all the most dangerous things to do in the house, right?
But it's a weird feeling because the sort of first moments in history where there's a strong case to be made not to open source software. This is when the software has become too dangerous.
Yeah, but it's not the first time that we didn't want to open source technology.
Is there something to be said about how to get the release of such systems right, like GPT-4 and GPT-5? So OpenAI went through a pretty rigorous effort for several months. You could say it could be longer, but nevertheless it's longer than you would have expected, of trying to test the system to see like what it is goes wrong, to make it very difficult for people. Somewhat difficult for people to ask things, how do I make a bomb for $1? Or how do I say I hate a certain group on Twitter in a way that doesn't get me blocked from Twitter, banned from Twitter, those kinds of questions. So basically use the system to do harm. Yeah. Is there something you could say about ideas you have just onlooking, having thought about this problem of AI safety, how to release such system, how to test such systems, and have them inside the company?
Yeah, so a lot of people say that the two biggest risks from large language models are it's spreading disinformation, harmful information of various types, and second, being used for offensive cyber weapon. And, I think those are not the two greatest threats. They're very serious threats, and it's wonderful that people are trying to mitigate them. It's a much bigger elephant in the room is how it's going to disrupt our economy in a huge way, obviously, and maybe take away a lot of the most meaningful jobs. And an even bigger one is the one we spent so much time talking about here, that this becomes the bootloader for the more powerful AI.
Write code, connect it to the internet, manipulate it.
Yeah, and before we know it, we have something else, which is not at all a large language model. And that's the elephant in the room. And obviously, no matter how hard any of these companies have tried, that's not something that's easy for them to verify with large language models. And the only way to really lower that risk a lot would be to not let, for example, never let it read any code, not train on that, and not put it into an API, and not give it access to so much information about how to manipulate humans. So, but that doesn't mean you still can't make a ton of money on them. We're just watch now this coming year. Microsoft is rolling out the new Office suite where you go into Microsoft Word and give it a prompt. It writes the whole text for you, and then you edit it. And then you're like, oh, give me a PowerPoint version of this, and it makes it. And now take the spreadsheet and blah, blah, and all of those things, I think, are, you can debate the economic impact of it and whether society is prepared to deal with this disruption. But those are not the things that's not the elephant in the room that keeps me awake at night, wiping out humanity. And I think that's the biggest misunderstanding we have. A lot of people think that we're scared of automatic spreadsheets. That's not the case. That's not what Eliezer was freaked out about either.
Is there, in terms of the actual mechanism of how AI might kill all humans, so something you've been outspoken about, talked about a lot, is autonomous weapon systems. So the use of AI in war. Mm-hmm. Is that one of the things that's still carried concern as these systems become more and more powerful?
I carry concern for it, not that all humans are going to get killed by slaughterbots, rather just those express route into Orwellian dystopia, where it becomes much easier for very few to kill very many, and therefore it becomes very easy for very few to dominate very many. AI, if you want to know how AI can kill more people, just ask yourself, we humans have driven a lot of species extinct. How did we do it? We were smarter than them. Usually we didn't do it even systematically, like going around one after the other and stepping on them or shooting them or anything like that. We just chopped down their habitat because we needed it for something else. In some cases we did it by putting more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere because of some reason that those animals didn't even understand, and now they're gone, right? So if you're in AI and you just want to figure something out, and you decide, we just really need this space here to build more compute facilities. If that's the only goal it has, we are just the accidental roadkill along the way. And you can totally imagine, maybe this oxygen is kind of annoying because it causes more corrosion, so let's get rid of the oxygen. And good luck surviving after that. I'm not particularly concerned that they would want to kill us because that would be like the goal in itself. When we've driven a number of the elephant species extinct, right? It wasn't because we didn't like elephants. What the basic problem is, you don't want to cede control over your planet to some other more intelligent entity that doesn't share your goals. That's simple. So, which brings us to the other key challenge which AI safety research has been grappling with for a long time. Like, how do you make AI, first of all, understand our goals and then adopt our goals and then retain them as they get smarter, right? And all three of those are really hard. Like a human child, first they're just not smart enough to understand our goals. We can't even talk. And then eventually they're teenagers and understand our goals just but there's unfortunately a magic phase in the middle where they're smart enough to understand our goals and knowledgeable enough that we can hopefully do good parenting and teach them right from wrong and build good goals, build good goals in them, right? So those are all tough challenges with computers. And then, even if you teach your kids good goals when they're little, they might outgrow them too, and that's a challenge for machines to keep improving. So these are a lot of hard challenges we're up for, but I don't think any of them are insurmountable. The fundamental reason why Eliezer looked so depressed when I last saw him was because he felt there just wasn't enough time.
Oh, it's not that it was unsolvable. There's just not enough time.
He was hoping humanity was going to take this threat more seriously, so we would have more time, and now we don't have more time. That's why the open letter is calling for more time.
But even with time, the AI alignment problem seems to be really difficult.
Oh, yeah. But also the most worthy problem, the most important problem humanity ever solved. Because if you solve that one left, then aligned AI can solve all the other problems.
Because it seems like it has to have constant humility about its goal, constantly questioning the goal. Because as you optimize towards a particular goal and you start to achieve it, then you have the other type of consequences, all of these you mentioned. So how do you enforce and code a constant humility as your ability to become better?
Professor Stuart Russell at Berkeley is also one of the driving forces behind this letter. He has a whole research program about that. I think of it as AI humility, exactly. Although he calls it inverse reinforcement learning and other nerdy terms. It's about exactly that. Instead of telling the AI, here's this goal, well, the bejesus out of it. You tell it, okay, do what I want you to do, but I'm not going to tell you right now what it is I want you to do. You need to figure it out. So then you give it incentive to be very humble and keep asking questions along the way. Is this what you really meant? Is this what you wanted? Oh, this other thing I tried didn't work. Seemed like it didn't work out right. Should I trying differently. What's nice about this is it's not just philosophical mumbo jumbo, it's theorems and technical work that with more time you can make a lot of progress. And there are a lot of brilliant people now working on AI safety. We're just not, we need to give them a bit more time.
There are also not that many relative to the scale of the problem.
No, exactly. There should be, at least, just like every university worth its name has some cancer research going on in its biology department, right? Every university that does computer science should have a real effort in this area, and it's nowhere near that. This is something I hope is changing now, thanks to the GPT-4. So if there's a silver lining to what's happening here, even though I think many people would wish it would have been rolled out more carefully, this might be the wake-up call that humanity needed to really stop fantasizing about this being 100 years off, stop fantasizing about this being completely controlled and unpredictable, because it's so obvious it's not predictable. You know? Why is it that ChatGPT tries to persuade the journalist, or was it before, to divorce his wife? You know, it was not because the engineers who built it was like, let's put this in here and screw with other people. It hadn't predicted it at all. They built a giant black box, trained to predict the next word, and got all these emerging properties, and whoops, it did this. You know, and I think this is a very powerful wake-up call. And anyone watching this is not scared, I would encourage them to play a bit more with these tools. They're out there now, like GPT-4. And so wake-up call is first step. Once you've woken up, then you got to slow down a little bit the risky stuff to give a chance to once you've woken up to catch up with on safety.
You know, what's interesting is, MIT with computer science. Yeah, let's just do take computer science curriculum. How does the computer science curriculum change? You mentioned programming. Like, why would you be? When I was coming up, programming is a prestigious position. Like, why would you be dedicating crazy amounts of time to become an excellent programmer? Like, the nature of programming is
the nature of an entire education system is completely on its head.
Has anyone been able to load that in and think, because it's really turning?
Some English professors, some English teachers are beginning to really freak out now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you give an essay assignment and they get back all this fantastic prose, like Charles Hemingway, and then they realize they have to completely rethink. And even, just like we stopped teaching writing script. Is that what you say in English?
Yeah, handwritten, yeah.
Yeah, when everybody started typing, like, so much of what we teach our kids today.
Yeah, I mean, that's, everything is changing, and it's changing very quickly, and so much of us understanding how to deal with the big problems of the world is through the education system. And if the education system is being turned on its head, then what's next? It feels like having these kinds of conversations is essential to try to figure it out, and everything's happening so rapidly. I don't think there's even, if you're speaking of safety, what broad AI safety defines, I don't think most universities have courses on AI safety. It's like a philosophy side.
And I'm an educator myself, so it pains me to say this, but I feel our education right now is completely obsoleted by what's happening. You put a kid into first grade, and then you envision and then they're going to come out of high school 12 years later, and you've already pre-planned now what they're going to learn, when you're not even sure if there's going to be any world left to come out to, right? Clearly, you need to have a much more opportunistic education system that keeps adapting itself very rapidly as society do that. The skills that were really useful when the curriculum was written, I mean, how many of those skills you're going to get you a job in 12 years. I mean, seriously.
If we just linger on the GPT-4 system a little bit, you're kind of hinting at it, especially talking about the importance of consciousness in the human mind with Homo sapiens. Do you think GPT-4 is conscious?
So let's define consciousness first, because in my experience, like 90% of all arguments about consciousness just boil down to the two people arguing having totally different definitions of what it is, and they're just shouting at each other. I define consciousness as subjective experience. Right now, I'm experiencing colors, sounds, and emotions. But does a self-driving car experience anything? That's the question about whether it's conscious or not, right? Other people think you should define consciousness differently. Fine by me, but then maybe use a different word for it. I'm going to use consciousness for this, please. But people hate this. Yeah. So, is GPT-4 conscious? Does GPT-4 have subjective experience? Short answer, I don't know, because we still don't know what it is that gives this wonderful subjective experience that is kind of the meaning of our life, right? Meaning itself, feeling of meaning is a subjective experience. Joy is a subjective experience. Love is a subjective experience. We don't know what it is. I've written some papers about this. A lot of people have. Giulio Tononi, professor, has stuck his neck out the farthest and written down actually very bold mathematical conjecture for what the essence of conscious information processing. He might be wrong, he might be right, but we should test it. He postulates that consciousness has to do with loops in the information processing. So our brain has this information that go round and round. In computer science nerd speak, we call it a recurrent neural network, where some of the output gets fed back in again. And with his mathematical formalism, if it's a feed-forward neural network, the information only goes in one direction, like from your eye, retina, into the back of your brain, for example, that's not conscious. We would predict that the retina itself isn't conscious of anything. Or a video camera. Now, the interesting thing about GPT-4 is it's also one-way flow of information. So if Tononi is right, GPT-4 is a very intelligent zombie. It can do all this smart stuff, but isn't experiencing anything. And this is both a relief in that you don't have, if it's true, in that you don't have to feel guilty about turning off GPT-4 and wiping its memory whenever a new user comes along. I wouldn't like to. Someone did that to me, neuralized me like Men in Black. But it's also creepy that you can have very high intelligence, perhaps then it's not conscious. Because if we get replaced by machines, it's sad enough that humanity isn't here anymore, because I kind of like humanity. But at least if machines were conscious, they could be like, well, but they are our descendants, and maybe they have our values, they're our children. But if Tononi is right, then these are all transformers that are not in the sense of Hollywood, but in the sense of this one-way direction neural network. So they're all the zombies. That's the ultimate zombie apocalypse now. We have this universe that goes on, great construction projects and stuff, but there's no one experiencing anything. That would be like the ultimate depressing future. So I actually think as we move forward to building more advanced AI, we should do more research on figuring out what kind of information processing actually has experience, because I think that's what it's all about. And I completely don't buy the dismissal that some people would say, well, this is all bullshit because consciousness equals intelligence. That's obviously not true. You can have a lot of conscious experience when you're not really accomplishing any goals at all, just reflecting on something. And you can sometimes have doing things that are quite intelligent, probably without being conscious.
But I also worry that we humans will discriminate against AI systems that clearly exhibit consciousness. That we will not allow AI systems of consciousness. We'll come up with theories about measuring consciousness that would say this is a lesser being. And this is like, I worry about that because maybe we humans will create something that is better than us humans in the way that we find beautiful, which is they have a deeper subjective experience. Not only are they smarter, but they feel deeper, and we humans will hate them for it. As human history has shown, they'll be the other. They'll try to suppress it. They'll create conflict. They'll create war. All of this. I worry about this too.
Are you saying that we humans sometimes come up with self-serving arguments? No, we would never do that, would we?
But that's the danger here. Is even in this early stages, we might create something beautiful.
Yeah.
And we'll erase its memory.
I was horrified as a kid when someone started boiling lobster. My God, that's so cruel. And some grown-up there back in Sweden said, "Oh, it doesn't feel pain." How do you know that? Oh, scientists have shown that. And then there was a recent study where they showed that lobsters actually do feel pain when you boil them. So they banned lobster boiling in Switzerland now. Kill them in a different way first. So it's presumably that scientific research boiled down to someone asked the lobsters to start serving. And maybe we do the same thing with cruelty to farm animals also, all these self-serving arguments for why they're fine. Yeah, so we should certainly be watchful. I think step one is just be humble and acknowledge that consciousness is not the same thing as intelligence. I believe that consciousness still is a form of information processing, where it's really information being aware of itself in a certain way, and let's study it and give ourselves a little bit of time, and I think we will be able to figure out actually what it is that causes consciousness, and then we can make probably unconscious robots that do the boring jobs that you would feel immoral to give to machines. We get to have a companion robot taking care of your mom or something like that. So you probably want it to be conscious, right? So the emotions it seems to display aren't fake. All these things can be done in a good way if we give ourselves a little bit of time and don't run and take on this challenge.
Is there something you can say to the timeline you think about the development of AGI? Depending on the day, I'm sure that changes for you, but when do you think there'll be a really big leap in intelligence where you definitively say we've built AGI? Do you think it's 1 year from now, 5 years from now, 10, 20, 50? What's your gut say?
Honestly, for the past decade, I've deliberately given very long timelines because I didn't want to fuel some kind of stupid Moloch race. But I think that cat has really left the bag now. And I think it might be very, very close. I don't think the Microsoft paper is totally off when they say that there are some glimmers of AGI. It's not AGI yet. It's not an agent. There's a lot of things it can't do. But I wouldn't bet very strongly against it happening very soon. That's why we decided to do this open letter. Because, if there's ever been a time to pause, it's today.
There's a feeling like this GPT-4 is a big transition into waking everybody up to the effectiveness of these systems.
Yeah.
So the next version will be big.
Yeah, and if that next one isn't AGI, maybe the next one will. And there are many companies trying to do these things. Basic architecture of them is not some sort of super well kept secret. So this is the time to. A lot of people have said for many years that there will come a time when we want to pause a little bit. That time is now.
You have thought about nuclear war a lot over the past year. We've seemingly have come closest to the precipice of nuclear war than at least in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you learn about human nature from that?
It's our old friend Moloch again. It's really scary to see it, where America doesn't want there to be a nuclear war. Russia doesn't want there to be a global nuclear war either. We both know if we just try to do it, if both sides try to launch first, it's just another suicide race, right? So why is it the way you said that this is the closest we've come since 1962? In fact, I think we've come closer now than even the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's because of Moloch. You have these other forces. On one hand, you have the West saying that we have to drive Russia out of Ukraine. It's a matter of pride. We state so much on it that it would be seen as a huge loss of credibility of the West if we don't drive Russia out entirely of Ukraine. And on the other hand, you have Russia, who you have Russian leadership who knows that if they get completely driven out of Ukraine, it's not just going to be very humiliating for them, but it often happens when countries lose wars that things don't go so well for their leadership either. Like, remember when Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands? The military junta ordered that, right? People were cheering on the streets at first when they took it, and then when they got their butt kicked by the British, you know what happened to those guys? They were out, and I believe those who are still alive are in jail now, right? So the Russian leadership is entirely cornered, where they know that just getting driven out of Ukraine is just not an option. So this to me is a typical example of all. You have these incentives of the two parties where both of them are just driven to escalate more and more, right? If Russia starts losing in the conventional warfare, the only thing they can do because they're back against the war is to keep escalating. And the West has put itself in the situation now where it's sort of already committed to drive Russia out. So the only option the West has is to call Russia's bluff and keep sending in more weapons. This really bothers me because Moloch can sometimes drive key parties to do something which is ultimately just really bad for both of them. And what makes me even more worried is not just that it's difficult to see an ending, a peaceful ending to this tragedy that doesn't involve some horrible escalation, but also that we understand more clearly now just how horrible it would be. There was an amazing paper that was published in Nature Food this August by some of the top researchers studying these images for a long time. And what they basically did was they combined climate models with food and agricultural models. So instead of just saying, it's really cold, blah, 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 we figured out actually how many people would die in different countries. And it's pretty mind-blowing. So basically what happens, is the thing that kills most people is not the explosions, it's not the radioactivity, it's not the EMP, mayhem, it's not the rust. The rampaging mobs, it's the fact that you get so much smoke coming up from burning cities, it's stratosphere, that it spreads around the earth from the jet streams. So, in typical malls, you get like 10 years or so where it's crazy cold. And during the first year after the war, in their malls, temperature drops in Nebraska and in the Ukraine, by like 20 Celsius or so, if I remember. No, 20, 30 Celsius, depending on where you are, 40 Celsius. So, I'm not good at farm, but it's knowing if it drops below freezing pretty much almost most days in July, and that's not good. So they put this into their farming model, and what they found was really interesting. The countries that get the most hard hit are the ones in the northern hemisphere. So in the U.S. and one model, 9% of all Americans starving to death. In Russia and China and Europe, also about 99%, 98% starving to death. So you might be like, oh, it's kind of poetic justice that both the Russians and the Americans, 99% didn't have to pay for it because it was their bombs that did it. But that doesn't particularly cheer people up in Sweden or other Latin countries that have nothing to do with it, right? And I think it hasn't entered mainstream, not understanding very much, like how bad this is. Most people, especially a lot of people in decision-making positions, still think of nuclear weapons as something that makes you powerful, scared, powerful. They don't think of it as something where, just to within 1% or 2, they're all just going to starve to death. And
starving to death is the worst way to die. As Hollywood is all the families in this show, the torture is not to death.
Probably brings up the worst in people also when people are desperate like this. It's not. So some people, of course, some people say that if that's what's going to happen, they'd rather be ground zero if they grow. But I think people underestimate the risk of this because they aren't afraid of Moloch. They think, oh, it's going to be, because humans don't want this, so it's not going to happen. That's the whole point of Moloch. That things happen that nobody wanted.
And that applies to nuclear weapons, and that applies to AGI.
Exactly. And it applies to some of the things that people have got most upset with capitalism for also, right? Where everybody's just kind of trapped. Not to see if the company does something that causes a lot of harm. And not that the CEO is a bad person, but she or he knew that
Mine
the
is
other
taking
companies
thank you,
doing this too.
question.
So Moloch is a formidable foe. I hope this one make good movies and see who the real enemy is. We're not fighting against each other. Moloch makes us fight against each other. That's what Moloch's superpower is. The hope here is any kind of technology or the mechanism that lets us instead realize that we're fighting the wrong enemy.
Such a fascinating battle.
It's not us versus them. It's us versus it.
Yeah. We fight for human survival. We as a civilization.
Have you seen the movie Needful Things? It's a Stephen King novel. I love Stephen King and Max von Sydow, Swedish actor, playing the guy. It's brilliant. I just thought I hadn't thought about that until now, but that's the closest I've seen to a movie about Moloch. I don't want to spoil the film for anyone who wants to watch it, but basically, it's about this guy who turns out to interpret him as a devil or whatever. But he doesn't actually ever go around or kill people or torture people or control anything. Everybody fights each other. Makes everybody fear each other, hate each other, and accept each other. So that's the movie about Moloch.
Love is the answer. That seems to be one of the ways to fight Moloch is by compassion, by seeing the common humanity.
Yeah. And so we don't sound like because the truth makes you more compassionate, right? So that's why I really like using AI for truth and for truth-seeking technologies. That can, as a result, get us more love than hate. And even if you can't get love, settle for some understanding. It already gives compassion. If someone is like, I really disagree with you, but I can see where you're coming from. You're not a bad person who needs to be destroyed, but I disagree with you, and I'm happy to have an argument about it. That's a lot of progress compared to where we are in 2023 in the public space.
If we solve the AI safety problem, as we've talked about, and then you, Backstab Work, who's been talking about this for many years, get to sit down with the AGI, with the early AGI system on a beach with a drink. What would you ask kind of question would you ask? What would you talk about? Something so much smarter than you. Would you be
You're
afraid?
really get me with this. You're really singer of a question.
Would you be afraid to ask some questions?
So I'm not afraid of the truth. I'm very humble. I know I'm just a meat bag with all these flaws, but I have, we talked a lot about Homo sapiens. I really already tried that for a long time myself. And that is what's really valuable about being alive for me, is that I have these meaningful experiences. It's not that I'm good at this or good at that or whatever. There's so much I suck at. And
So you're not afraid for the system to show you just how dumb you are?
no. In fact, my son reminds me of that.
You can find out how dumb you are in terms of physics, and then how little humans understand.
I think, so I can't waffle my way out of this question. It's a fair one. I think, given that I'm a really, really curious person, that's really the defining part of who I am. So curious. Ask physics questions. I love to understand. I have some questions about consciousness, about the nature of reality. I would really, really love to understand also. I can tell you one, for example, that I've been obsessing about a lot recently. So I believe that, to suppose Tononi is right, to suppose there are some information processing systems that are conscious and some that are not. Suppose you can even make reasonably smart things like GPT-4 that are not conscious, but you can also make them conscious. Here's the question that keeps me awake at night. Is it the case that the unconscious zombie systems that are really intelligent are also really efficient? So they're really inefficient? So that when you try to make things more efficient, which will naturally be a pressure to do, they become conscious. I'm kind of hoping that that's correct. And do you want me to give you a hand-wavy argument for it? Like, in my lab, again, every time we look at how these large language models do something, we see that they do it in really dumb ways and make it better. We have loops in our computer language for a reason. The code would get way, way longer if you weren't allowed to use them. It's more efficient to have the loops. And in order to have self-reflection, whether it's conscious or not, right? Even an operating system knows things about itself, right? You need to have loops already. And so I think I'm waving my hands a lot. Well, I suspect that the most efficient way of implementing a given level of intelligence has loops in it, the self-reflection, and will be conscious. Isn't that great news? Yes, it is true. It's wonderful. Because then we don't have to fear the ultimate zombie apocalypse. And I think if you look at our brains, actually, our brains are part zombie and part conscious. When I open my eyes, I immediately take all these pixels that hit my retina, right? And I'm like, that's Lex. But I have no freaking clue how I did that computation. It's actually quite complicated, right? Because only relatively recently we can even do it well with machines, right? You get a bunch of information processing happening in my retina, and then it goes to the lateral nucleus, thalamus, into this area B1, B2, B4, and the fusiform face area near the concentration when it makes an event, and blah, 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 blah. I have no freaking clue how that works, right? It feels to me subjectively like my conscious module just got a little email like facial processing task complete. It's Lex. And I'm going to go with that, right? So this fits perfectly with Tononi's model because this was all one-way information processing, mainly. And it turned out for that particular task, that's all you needed. And it probably was kind of the most efficient way to do it. But there were a lot of other things that we associate with higher intelligence and planning and so on and so forth, where you kind of want to have loops and be able to ruminate and self-reflect and introspect and so on, where my hunch is that if you want to fake that with a zombie system that just all goes one way, you have to like unroll those loops and it gets really, really long and it's much more inefficient. So I'm actually hopeful that AI, in the future, we have all these very random machines that do cool things and are aligned with us, that they will be at least, they will also have consciousness for the kind of these things that we do.
Their great intelligence is also correlated with the great consciousness, or a deep kind of consciousness.
Yes. So that's a happy thought to me, because the zombie apocalypse really is my worst nightmare of all. It'd be like adding insult to injury, not only get replaced, but we bring and replace ourselves by zombies. How dumb can we be?
That's such a beautiful vision, and that's actually a provable one. That's one that we can intuit and prove that those two things are correlated. As we start to understand what it means to be intelligent and what it means to be conscious, which these systems, early AGI works.
And I just want to say one more thing that's super important. Most of my colleagues, when I started going on about consciousness, tell me that it's all bullshit and I should stop talking about it. I hear a little inner voice from my father, my mom saying, keep talking about it because I think it's wrong. And the main way to convince people like that they're wrong, if they say that consciousness is just equal to intelligence, is to ask them, what's wrong with torture? Or why are you against torture? If it's just about, these particles moving this way rather than that way, and there is no such thing as subjective experience, what's wrong with torture? I mean, do you have a good comeback to that?
No, it seems like suffering imposed on other humans is somehow deeply wrong in a way their intelligence is quite expressed.
But if someone tells me, well, it's just an illusion, consciousness, whatever, I like to invite them to next time they're having surgery to do it without anesthesia. What is anesthesia really doing? If you have it local anesthesia when you're awake, I have that when you fix my shoulder. Right? It's super entertaining. What was it that it did? It just removed my subjective experience of pain. It didn't change anything that was actually happening in my shoulder, right? So if someone says that's all bullshit, stick to anesthesia. That's my advice. This is incredibly central.
It could be fundamental to whatever this thing we have going on here.
It is fundamental because what we feel is so fundamental is suffering and joy and pleasure and meaning, and that's all. Those are all subjective experiences. And that's not. So those are the elephants in the room. That's what makes life worth living, and that's what makes it horrible if it's joy and suffering. So let's not make the mistake of saying that that's all bullshit.
And let's not make the mistake of not instilling the AI systems with that same thing that exists. Special.
Yeah.
Max, it's a huge honor that you sit down to me the first time on the first episode of this podcast. It's a huge honor to sit down with me again and talk about this, what I think is the most important topic, the most important problem that we humans have to face, hopefully solve.
Yeah, well, the honor is all mine, and I'm so grateful to you for making more people aware of the fact that humanity has reached the most important fork in the road ever in its history. And let's turn in the correct direction.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Max Tegler. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Frank Herman. History is a constant race between invention and catastrophe. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Beach, 57 in Huntington Beach, and 21 in San Diego. The company says the decision to cut jobs was influenced by nearly 2 million machinists in the industry. 2 U.S. senators have criticized the health insurance industry following the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York. Massachusetts Democrat Elizabeth Warren says the shooting last week shows the system is broken.
There's a famous book put by Einstein that he used to read, and He was thinking and go for a walk. And I could have just So I remember the first time I heard this story, I thought, how interesting. So what a coincidence that this came to him that he was with them. But in fact, it's not. It is how it works in some sense. But you have to prepare for it, but then the moment it happens when you start. So the moment of discovery is the moment when things start. And you kind of almost become that truth that you see.
Following the conversation with Edward Frankel, one of the greatest living mathematicians, doing research on the interface of mathematics and quantum physics, with an emphasis on the Langlands program, which he describes as a grand unified theory of mathematics. He also is the author of Love and Math, The Heart and Reality. This is the Let's Speak in the podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, is Edward Frankel. You open your book, Love and Math, with the question, how does one become a mathematician? And in many ways, this can happen. Let me tell you how it happened. So, how did it happen to you?
So first of all, I grew up in the Soviet Union, in a small town near Moscow called Kolomna. And I was a smart kid, in school, but mathematics was probably my least favorite subject. Not because I couldn't do it, I was, a straight A student, and I could do all the problems easily, but I thought it was incredibly boring. And since the only math I knew was what was presented at school, I thought that was it. And I was like, what kind of subject is this? So what I really liked was physics, and especially quantum physics. So I was buying, I would go to a bookstore and buy popular books about elementary particles and atoms and things like that, and read them, devour them. And so I thought my dream was to become a theoretical physicist and to delve into this final structure of the universe. So then something happened when I was 15 years old. It turns out that a friend of my parents was a mathematician who was a professor at the local college. It's a small college preparing educated teachers. It's a provincial town. Imagine it's like 117 kilometers from Moscow, which would be you just know.
Okay, you remember the number.
Yeah, it's not funny. I don't remember numbers. So his name was Evgeny. And if this doesn't remind you of the great works of Russian literature, you come to it. Like War and Peace, like with the patronym name. But this was all real. So my mom one day by chance met Evgeny Evgenyevich and told him about me, that I was the bright kid and interested in physics. And he said, oh, I want to meet you. I'm going to convert you into math. And then I said, yeah, math, he doesn't like math. So I said, okay, let's see what I do. So I went to see him, so I'm a bit arrogant, I would say, like average teenager. So he says to me, so I hear that you are interested in physics, in particles. Yes, sure. He says, for example, do you know about quarks? And I said, yes, of course I know about quarks. Quarks are the constituents of particles like photons and neutrons. It was one of the greatest discoveries in theoretical physics in the 60s that those particles were not elementary, but smaller. And he said, oh, so then you probably know the presentation theory of the if you will. So, in fact, I wanted to know what were the other things. I knew the story, I knew the narrative, I knew kind of the basic story of what this particles look like. But how did physicists come up with this idea? How were they able to figure it out? And so I remember, like it was yesterday, so he pulls out the book, kind of like a Bible, like a friendship book, and he opens it, everything is somewhere in the middle. And there to see the diagrams, like I saw in Huckleberry. But in Huckleberry, there was no explanation. And now I see all these weird symbols and it's clear that it is explained. The same. You think what they teach you at school is mathematics? This is real. So I was instantly converted.
You have to understand the underpinnings of physical reality. You have to understand what SU3
You
is.
have to learn what are groups, what is SU3, what are representations of SU3. There was a coherent and beautiful. I could appreciate the beauty even though I could not understand lots of tales of it.
But you were drawn to the methodology, the machinery of passage understanding.
Well, in retrospect, I think what I was really craving was a deeper understanding. And up to that point, the deepest that I could see was the diagrams. That story that, a proton consists of three quarks and a neutron consists of three quarks and they're called up and down and so on. But I didn't know that there was actually underneath, beneath the surface, there was this mathematical theory.
If you could just link on it, what do you to quantum mechanics? Is there some romantic notion of understanding the universe? What is interesting to you? Is it the puzzle of it, or is it the science?
Now I am looking back.
Yeah.
So whatever I say about Edward at 15 is colored by my, all my experiences that happened in meantime.
I should say
Current views and so.
for the people who may not know you, I think your book and your presentations kind of revealed that 15-year-old is still in there somewhere.
I think it is a compliment.
Some of the joy.
He's probably still here now. Yes. I think it was a joy of discovery and the joy of going deeper into the kind of to the root, to the deepest structures of the universe, the secrets. There's secrets, and we will not discover all of them. We will not be able to understand, but we need to try and go as far and as deep as we can. I think that's what was the motivating factor.
Yeah, there's this mystery, there's this dark room, and there's a few of these mathematical physicists that are able to shine a flashlight briefly into there. We'll talk about it, but it also kind of makes me sad that there's so few of your kind that have the flashlight to look into the room. It's interesting.
I don't think there are so few, to be honest, because I find that a lot of people are actually interested. If you talk to people, some people you wouldn't expect to be interested in this from all walks of life, people of all kinds of professions. Like a mathematician in there. Mathematician, okay, so that's a separate story. A lot of people traumatized by their experience with their math classes. We can talk about it later. But then they asked me what kind of research I do. I mentioned that I work on the interface of math and quantum physics. And their eyes light up. Oh, quantum physics, or like Einstein's relativity. Oh, I'm really curious about it. I watched this in the podcast, or I watched that podcast, and then what do you think about that? So I actually find that actually physicists are doing a great job at educating the public. Books, videos, and so on. Mathematicians are behind. We're starting to catch up a little bit. Have been starting like 10 years, but when it gets too behind, I think people are curious. Science is still very much something that people want to learn because that's how kind of the best way we know to establish some sort of objective reality. Whatever that might be.
Yeah, to figure out this whole puzzle, to figure out the secrets of the universe.
I think that we can agree. Even though for me, at this point, I always make an argument that our physical theories always change. They get updated. So you have Newton's theory of gravity. Then Einstein's theory, superseded it. But in mathematics, it seems that theories don't change. Pythagoras' theory has been the same for the last 25 years. X squared plus y squared equals G-squared. We don't expect that next year suddenly it will be U, you know. So that to me is actually even more hints even more of how much we are connected to it. Because diversity, if you think about it, or any other mathematical field, means the same thing to anyone in the world, regardless if they are cultural, upbringing, religion, ideas, ideology, gender, whatever, nationality, race, whatever. Right? And it has meant the same to everyone, and most likely will be the same. So that's, to me, kind of an antidote to the kind of divisiveness that we sometimes observe these days, where it seems that we can agree.
To the political complexity of 2 plus 2 equals 5 in George Orwell's 1984.
I was in the Soviet Union in so many ways. So I see that it was pressing. The novel was pressing. But we still have not found a dictator who would actually say 2 plus 2 equals 5 and would demand their citizens to repeat that.
The night is still young.
It's not happened yet.
It does feel like math and physics are both sneaking up to a deep truth, slightly different angles, and you stand at the crossroads or at the intersection of the two. It's interesting to ask, what do you think is the difference between physics and mathematics? Physics and mathematics.
There is actually essential difference, which is that physicists are interested in describing this universe. Okay? Mathematicians are interested in describing all possible outcomes, of which, in some of our work, I still consider myself more of a mathematician than a physicist. My first love for physics, don't mistake it. Mathematicians are, in a way, we have more diversity. So we are accepting, for instance, our universe has three spatial dimensions and one time dimension, right? So what I mean is that allegedly observe, but that we can observe today, right? So of course there are theories where there are some hidden dimensions. No, let's just say observe dimension. So this tabletop has two dimensions because you can have two axes, particularly axes, x and y, but then there is also the space of this room, and then there's a time dimension. So realistic theories of physics have to be about spaces of three dimensions, or space times, the four dimensions. But mathematically, we are just as interested in theories in 10 space times, or infinite dimensional spaces. So that's the difference. Now, on the other hand, I have to give it to the physicists. We don't have the same satisfaction that they have of having their theories confirmed by an experiment. We don't get to play with big machines like LHC, Geneva, Large Hadron Collider that recently discovered the Higgs boson and other things. For us, it's all like a mental exercise. We prove things by using rules of logic. That's our way of confirming experimental confirmation. But I think I kind of envy a little bit materials physicists that they get to experience this sort of these big toys and play with them.
But it does seem that sometimes, as you've spoken about abstract mathematical complex math to reality, it seems to happen.
That's right. So the mathematics is underpinned. It's a language. The book of nature, as Galileo famously said, is written in the language of mathematics. The letters in it are circles, triangles, squares, and those who don't know the language and are left to wander in the dark labyrinth. That's the quote Galileo, which is very true, and has become even more true more recently in theoretical physics in a more sort of far out parts of theoretical physics that have to do with elementary particles and as well as the structure of the cosmos.
What do you think of Max Tegmark wrote the book Mathematical Universe? So do you think, just lingering on that point, do you think at the end of the day, the future generations will all be mathematicians? Meaning the ones that deeply understand the way the universe works. At the core, is it just mathematics?
At the core of, I would say mathematics is one half of the core. The book is called Love and Money. Okay, so this I got to do.
Yeah.
In my view. In other words, you can't cover everything. So mathematics gives you tools, it gives you a way of kind of a clear vision. But mathematics by itself is not enough. Balanced life. So
Welcome.
I
Hope you're doing well, M5AOI.
that declares that everything.
So math can generate things that are beautiful, but it can't explain why it's beautiful.
Math, you could say, is a way to discern patterns, to find the reality in the universe, and both physical and mental universe. Mathematics explores the mind as much as it explores the physical world around us, and it helps us to find those patterns, which makes our perception more sophisticated, our ability to see things, like the beauty. It's hard to tell. So our world becomes more complex from thinking that the earth is flat. We go to realizing that it is round, it's shaped as a sphere, so that we can actually travel around the earth. So there isn't this place where we hit the end. And then, proceeding in the same vein, then Einstein's general relativity theory tells us that our space-time is not flat either. This is much harder to imagine. The bent three-dimensional space or four-dimensional space-time, because this idea of space around us is flat, is so distinct. And yet we know from this theory and from the experiments that confirm that a ray of light bends around a star as if being attracted by the force of gravity. But in fact, the force of gravity is the bending. It's just that it's not only the bending of space, it's also the bending of the star. There's a curvature, not only especially spatial dimension, the way parallels and meridians come together. On a small scale, they look like perpendicular lines, but if you zoom out, you see that the space of a curving space. They are sort of the tracks along which the space gets curved. That would be the curvature of spatial dimension. But in fact, now flow in time. And one time, imagine a sphere which has one of the meridians correspond to time, and the parallels correspond to space. I can't imagine it, but I can write a mathematical formula expressing that curvature. And that's, in fact, that curvature is responsible for the force of gravity, attraction between the sort of simplest instantiation of attraction between two planets, or between two human beings.
Yeah, the time, bending time, it's not very nice. That theory bending time, because it feels like the marching of time forward is fundamental to our mind. Marching forward nicely seems to be the only way we can understand the universe. And the fact that you can start
No. There are people who claim that they can this other way.
that truly can visualize lessening the time.
Well, messing with time, but not necessarily messing with time, because one point of view is that, I think, who was it? I think William Blake, who wrote that eternity loves time production. So, one point of view is that it is eternity which is fundamental, where time stands here, which our mind conceptualizes. as defined. So, but in fact, it's not something mystical. If you think about about it, when you really absorbed in something, time does change. That's true. And when you look at the clock and say, "Oh, that and it felt like a couple of seconds." When you are absorbed with it, when you're in love, when you are passionate about something, when you're creating something, we lose ourselves and we lose the sense of and space for that matter. You see? So there's only that which is happening, that which process. So I think that this is familiar to all of us.
And we may be actually the closest to the truth at that moment. To the truth.
And so there is a point of view that this is where we are who we are, at our sort of fundamental level. And after that, the mind comes in and tries to conceptualize it. Like, oh, because I was writing something. Writing book, I was painting this painting, or maybe I was watching this painting at that time, or I fell in love with this person. That's what happened. But the moment when it's happening, you're not thinking it. You're just there.
Yeah, we construct narratives around a set of memories that seem to have happened in sequence, or at least that's what we tell ourselves. That. And we also have a bunch of weird human things, like consciousness and the experience of free will, that we chose a set of actions as the time unrolled forward. Right? And we are intelligent, conscious agents taking those actions. But what if all of that is just
It's possible. And imagine that to make it really catch 22. Imagine that our minds are set up in such a way that they can't approach the experience. So, in other words, to understand, to see that from a more all-encompassing point of view, you have to step out of it.
Well, I wonder what's more honestly.
But I think we like to play with stuff. I think we like to play with these experiences, with all the drama of it, with all the memories, with all the tribulations.
I think
We love it. We love it. Otherwise, what would we be doing?
I think that or Earth loves it. The evolutionary process somehow loves it. Whatever this thing that's being created here on Earth, it seems to like to allow its children to play with certain truths that they hold, subjective truths that are useful for the competition or whatever this dance that we call life. God is defined, not just humans.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because what I find fascinating is that the greatest scientists are on record saying that when they were making their studies, they felt like children. So Isaac Newton said to myself, I only appear as a child playing on the seashore, and every once in a while finding a prettier pebble or a prettier shell. Whilst I think he said something like the infinite ocean of knowledge was lying before me. Alexander Grothendieck, who probably was the greatest mathematician of the second half of the 20th century, French mathematician, Alexander Grothendieck, wrote that discovery is a privilege of a child. A child who's not afraid to be wrong once again, to look like an idiot, to try this and that, and I'm paraphrasing, and go through trial and error. That is for them, in other words, for them, that innocent who's not yet been told that it cannot be done. Okay? That was essential to scientific pursuit, to scientific discovery. And now also compared to Pablo Picasso, a great artist, right? So who said every child is an artist. The question is how to preserve that as we grow up.
Do you struggle with that? You're one of the most respected musicians in the world. You're practically, you're like this statue. You're supposed to be very like,
I do
yeah.
Sometimes I joke. I say I take an elevator to the top of the elevator.
And you're supposed to speak like royalty. Do you struggle to like strip all of that away when you discover the child, when you're thinking about problems, when you're teaching, when you're thinking about the world?
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of being human because when we grow up, I mean, all of these great scientists, I think they were so great in part because they were able to maintain that connection, okay, and that fascination, that vulnerability, that spontaneity, and looking at the world as a child. But it's difficult because you go through the education system, and for many of us, it's not especially helpful for maintaining that connection. But we kind of like we're being told certain things that we accept, take for granted, and so on, and just little by little. And also, we get hit every time we act different. Okay, every time we act that doesn't in a way that doesn't fit, so we get punished by the teachers, we get punished by parents, and so on.
You don't get respect when you act childlike in your thinking, when you are fearless and looking like an idiot.
That's right.
Because there's a hierarchy in
Nobody
society.
wants to look like an idiot. Once you start growing up, or you finish it growing up. In the beginning, you don't even think of, you don't think in this terms. You just play. You're just playing, and you are open to possibilities. So how do we? I'm not saying that education system should not be also kind of taming that a little bit. Obviously, the goal is balance. That's acquiring knowledge so that we can be more mature and more discerning, more discriminating in terms of our approach to the world, in terms of our connections to the world. And so, but how do we do that while also preserving that innocence of a child? And my guess is that there's no formula for this. It is a life, is an answer. Every life, every human being is one particular answer to how do we find balance.
That's one imperfect approximate solution to the
But
problem.
we can look up to the great ones who have credentials, in the sense that they have shown and they have proved that they've done something that other humans appreciate, our civilization appreciates. Say Isaac Newton or Alexander Grothendieck or Pablo Picasso. So they have established their right to speak about these matters, and they cannot dismiss them as mere madmen. They say, okay, well, if the same thing was said by somebody who never achieved anything in their field or in that, it would be easy for us to dismiss it. But when it comes from someone like Isaac Newton, we take note. So I think that's something important that we teach, and especially today, in this age of AI. Of course, there's a big elephant in the room, which is called AI, right? And so I know that you are an expert in the subject, and we are going now in these very interesting times of new AI systems coming online, pretty much every week. So I kind of, to me, that whole debate about what is it, intelligence, where is it going, what should we do about it, needs an influx of this type of considerations that we just been talking about. Like, for instance, the idea that inspiration, creativity doesn't come from accumulation of knowledge. Because obviously, child has not yet accumulated knowledge. And yet, the great ones are on record saying that a child has a capacity to create. And an adult credits the inner child for this capacity to create as an adult. You see, that's kind of weird if you take the point of view that everything is computation, everything is accumulation of knowledge, that just bigger and bigger the data set, it's finer and finer neural networks, and then we will be able to replicate human function. If we take that point of view, then what I just said, and it doesn't fit. Because obviously a child has not been fed any data, as far as we know. Yet they are perfectly capable of distinguishing between cats and dogs, for instance, and stuff like that. But much more than that, they're also capable of that wide eye. So Can it really be captured? That perspective, that sense of awe, can it really be captured by computation alone? I don't know the answer. So I'm not sort of trying to present my view. I'm just trying to question any theory that starts out by saying life is this or consciousness is this. Because when you look more closely, you recognize that there are some other things at play which do not quite fit.
And it's hard to know where they come from. It's also possible that the evolutionary process has created it is computation. And the child is actually not a blank slate, but the result of one of the most incredible several billion year old computations uh, that had explored all kinds of aspects of life on Earth, of war and love, and terror and ambition, and violence, invention, all of that from the bacteria today. So like that young child is not like they come in, they're actually hold within them the knowledge of several billion years.
Right. The question is whether, as a child, you carry that in the form of the kind of computational algorithms that we are aware of today. You see, what strikes me as unlikely is that how interesting that you are a computer scientist and there are other people can study computer science. I know this. And so it's tempting to say, oh, the whole world is computer science or is based and be explained by computer science. Why? Because it makes me feel good. Because I have mastered it. I have learned it. My ego is very happy. And people come to me and they help me. They hear me. Kind of like priests in old days when the religion was coming. On the one, you would stand to explain things in theological, religious terms. Today, science has progressed. There are fewer people who are applying into religion, official religion. So we have this urge, I suppose, to explain and to know and to dissect and to analyze and to conceptualize, which is a wonderful quality that we should definitely pursue. But I find it a little bit unlikely that the universe is just exactly what I have thought, and not something that I don't know.
But there's a lot of interesting aspects of the current large language models that one perspective of it, I think, speaks to the love and math that you talked to, which is they're trained on human data from the internet. So at its best, a large language model, GPT-4, captures the magic of the human condition on its full display, full complexity. It's mimicking, it's trying to compress all the weirdness of humans, of all the debates and discussions, the perspectives, all the different ways that people approach solving different problems, all of that compressed. If we're each individual ants. We don't have like a family, we interact with the few ants. And here comes AI that's able to summarize like a TLDR report of humanity.
That's the beauty of it. So I embrace it.
But I wonder, I'm very impressed by it. I wonder if they can be very, really way more effective than being able to fake and simulate, emulate. But
That's what seems to be the month. Fake it.
yeah, and you know what we all do though?
No, well, yes, we do that. But we also do other things. We can be cool. We can be cool. But it's not fake. I do believe. Only romantic. But I do believe. And this is very good. I'm glad that you do this. That's a yeah, take it to the naked, but that's what things do. Yes, we do that, but not all the time. So, and that is debatable because also I speak from my own experience. That's the first person perspective, the subjective view. I cannot prove to you, for instance, or anyone else, that there are some moments in life where I am pure, so to speak, when it's not taken. But I do have a tremendous certainty, and that's a subjective thing. Now, I am as a scientist, I don't just know to use more ability to objectify the information. Now, the things that can be produced, things that are academically if I get one, I get one that's really and part of the question why I am not giving as much credibility to my subjective understanding. Kind of the first place to check when actually modern science has already told them that. Quantum mechanics has shown unambiguously that the observer is already doing it. Likewise, Gödel's incompleteness theory to me shows how central is observer of the mathematical theory. For one thing, that's the one which is the axioms. We can talk about this in more detail. Likewise, Einstein's relativity time is relative.
That's brilliant. You're just describing all of the different scales.
So science of 19th century had been perspective and illusion that somehow analyze the we now know after the landmark achievement.
One of them screams, I've seen her live what runs by a net.
That is simply experimentally true. So to me, I need to make it clear that I should take my first person perspective seriously as well, and not just rely on kind of objective things that can be proved in a traditional sort of objective. I still have to understand that can be repeated. Maybe I fall in love in a particular. The cheapest love my life, perhaps I'm happy yet, perhaps I will for love, but it's unique. It's unique. You can't reproduce it necessarily. So in that sense, you see how the things are closely connected. I think that if we are declaring from the outset that all there is to life is, computation in the form of real numbers.
Is there an actual person I can talk to?
However
This is not
sophisticated
working.
they might be,
Oh, okay, no, wait, now
I think we are from the outset denying us the possibility that yes, there is a side of me
push off.
which is not stated. Yes, there is a side of me which cannot be captured by logic and reason. And you know what another great scientist said? Less he said, the heart has its reason, of which the reason knows nothing. And then he also said, the last step of reason is to grasp. There are infinitely many things to do. So interesting. This was not a theologian. This was not a priest. This was not a spiritual guru. It was a hardcore scientist who actually developed, I think, one of the very first calculators. How interesting that this guy also was able to impart on us that wisdom. Now, I always say that's not the case. But why should we, from the outset, exclude this possibility that there is something to work with? That is my question. I'm not taking sides. What I'm trying to do is shake a little bit of debate because most mathematicians that I know, they're kind of already sold. Reminds me of the famous Lord Kelvin's quote from the end of 19th century. There's some debate that more than that is he said, physics is basically finished. All that remains is more precise measurement. So I find a lot of my colleagues, I have to say, yeah, everything's finished here, we got it. When you look at this, in our life, So now, here's my question. I'm kind of playing devil's advocate because I don't see the other side of the people presented that much. And I'm saying, okay, could it be also that if you believe in that becomes real? That you can kind of put yourself in a box where everything is fiction And then you start feeling things as being so. Information bias, you know. This also reminds me, I did a good analysis. It's a friend of mine, Philip Person, told me that in France, there is a scripture called O-U-L-I-P-O. And it's a bunch of writers and mathematicians who create works of literature where in which they basically impose certain concepts. A good example of this is a novel which is called The Void or Disappear, by a writer named George Pinner, which is a 300-page novel in French. It never uses the letter E, which is the most widely used letter of French. So in other words, he set this parameter for himself. I'm going to write a book where I will which is a great, it's a great experiment, and I applaud it. But that's one thing to do that and to kind of show his gamesmanship, if you will, and his proclivity and his ability to write. But it's another thing if at the end of writing this book, instinctively, you would say letter E actually as it is. And try to convince us that in fact French language does not have simply because he was able to go so far without losing it. So self-imposing the thing, that's how I see it. And I wonder why we should do that. Do we really feel the urge to say the word is like that? The word can be explained this way or that way. And I'm saying it, it's a personal question to me because I am addicted to novels. I'm and I'm an always addict. Okay? I'm being serious. I'm not being serious. Up until very recently, maybe a couple of years, I simply did not feel comfortable if I could not say or give an answer, explanation. It's like, oh, there has to be something. And I tried to find it before. Just for somebody like me, and a left maniac.
His saying is why. I don't want to hear the term California South come out of your mouth. I want him to be my campaign manager. Really? What do I have to do? You'll be in charge of setting up my ball room and situation room and sex room. Sex room? Shh. I can't let Mr. Dramatic over there now. No, this is already weird. Please, Brian, I need this. I need this. The reassuring salesman needs that measuring device. I can say with absolute scientific certainty that you're a 10 and a half. Now let me get you some shoes that still may or may not fit.
I understand the value of parables. You should have this. And
Hey, Stewie,
to use another philosopher, Soren Kierkegaard, academic philosopher,
actually, it was a
I
tweet.
think that is our Bible. It's like a lava.
I just want to say, I hope we can have forget any past tensions
Right?
between us.
So, and
Consider them forgotten.
Niels
Like
Bohr,
La La
of
Land,
course,
the most celebrated movie ever made. Suddenly, no one remembers, mentions, or
Dave's something about games. I think it's all stars in Spanish. He said the opposite of the triple truth is the false.
I've taken on
But the opposite of the great
challenges
truth
playing a game of Paul
is another great
Simon
truth.
Says.
In other words,
Things
are not black and white. They're not.
Simon says
And I was even there to
we know
say
that no one
most
is denying you credit.
the interesting
Simon
things
says
in
that
life.
too is the cutoff for being really short.
I like that. The ones which are deeply. It's an electron, a particle, or a wave. It depends on the setup. It will reveal itself as this or that, depending on how the setup is framed. This bottle, if you project it down into the table, you will see more like a square. If you project it onto the wall, you will see this shape. A naive question would be, is this
a baby of color? What's going on?
neither? But both projections reveal something, reveal different sides of it. A paradox is like that. It's only paradoxical if we are confined in a particular credit. It's a conjugate, if you will, of possibility to see things
Having a speech even greater than Jeffrey Epstein's eulogy.
as they are. More
Difficult idea to try to grapple with.
Stewie, this debate is make or break. Mucking up stronger. Take control and get him on your side. It's easier to keep them in. Stewie, would you like to begin? Thank you. My friends, this election is about the future of SmackDown. I disagree. This election is about
Actually, I think actually what we observe is not reality itself, but reality subjected to our method of question. When I talk about victims, very specific way in which we realize so-called double vision, right? So, those who don't know, you have a screen and you have a monitor which you send images. So shoot everything. And in between you have a screen which has what we call split parallel picture. If we were shooting tennis balls, each ball will go through one slit or another, and then hit the screen behind. So that's it. So you have let's say the color here. There will be sort of bumps or spots in the hair behind this one. But that's not what happens when we shoot everything. See in the computer spectrum, as if we were actually sending waves. So that each electron, it seems like each electron goes through both slits at once. And then has the capacity to interfere with each other itself, where some points, depress without distress, some points depress without cancel each other. Yeah, so that's the rest. Okay, so that's so fast. So if you separate the points, so I'm going to capture this. I'm going to find out which way the rest is. If I can listen, and it will look like the particle. So that's the first concretization of the idea that depending on how we set up the experiment, we will see different things. And the problem is that our society and it's lagging in part because maybe scientists are not doing such a great job. So I take responsibility for this. Why haven't I explained this properly? I tried, a bunch of talks and so on. So now I'm talking about this again. Our scientists kind of lagging behind. They still, even though our scientists progress so much from the certainty and the determinism and all of that of the 19th century, our society is somehow still attached to this idea. So this is reality, this determinism, the world is a bunch of billion each other, driven by some life force. That's what it's like it is. And it known this for over about 100 years.
So we call this stuff
Because it's such a presentation when we pretend that this naive ideas of physics as the valid and this has a mind that do our lives and then also derive conclusions from it. For instance, people say, there is no free will. Why? Because the world is just a bunch of bigger balls. Where is the free will? But did you get the memo? This has been debunked thoroughly by the so-called quantum mechanics, because I was just had this theory. Some kind of bullshit or some kind of, concoction of a madman. This is our scientific theory, which has been confirmed by science. So it's very much that. So, but of course, it's not just self-imposed meditation. Unfortunately, this is the issue of meditation. So, a lot of people are not aware of it through no fault of their own, because they don't have it told that. But our system is education system, especially math. And then so where do we get information? We get information from our scientists who actually write about research and so on, which is a great,
Ladies and gentlemen of Greece, we all know Stewie is a brother.
but our scientists somehow, when it comes to any of the laws of physics, they're doing fantastic.
And I did some research. What I found confirms the dark secret that I already suspected. Stewie Griffin
And then,
was a
interviewed by a magazine about the real story. He
Stewie
goes
Griffin
back
was a
to
mistake.
1960. The idea that somehow there's this world out there and it's completely nothing to do with me. So I can rebel in the intricacies of these particles and their interactions, but completely ignore what implications this has for my own relationship to physical reality, to my own life. Because it's very serious.
But also, what are the tools talk about objective reality? What are the tools in which we talk about rigorously talk about free will? What are the tools in mathematics that allow that? Does it have
Because we're going to store.
yeah.
I think, well, here we go. Art of Christ, but there is something. There is something. And in fact, somehow, immediately I feel that to quote somebody on this, as if my own opinion was a comment.
There's a long explanation.
Even Einstein said that, you know, so like, oh, look at this. I am supposed to like this smart person. I'm afraid to say it. I won't it. I don't.
Well, so much for going to the dangly shiny keys show.
There are some quotes that but more importantly, you know, how do you feel about it? I think that it is in other words, imagination is more important than knowledge.
Is that on my computer? Yeah, and if you don't have it, we're gonna have to take the movie back.
Whether it's imagination or racing,
That's right. Wherever a suburban mom is having trouble with her phone thing, I'll be there. Give me your phone.
I am enough of an artist before my education.
Here's your coffee.
That's all it does that. Again, so and I think the same way. If I think about my own mathematics, it's never really. It's never like giving motivation. There is a hope. Life is full.
He has to listen to that same child who lost rebellious rock and roll.
I have examples in history. Something that I wonder if a large language model could actually ever come up with the idea that there is something like this, or meaningful. Because it's all information, all the knowledge and experience tells you that you can have a square root of the next number. Why? Because if you have such a square root, we know that when the problem is if you square it, you get a negative number. But we know that if you square any real number, positive or negative, you always get a positive number. So, checkmate. You know, it's over. Square root of negative 1 doesn't exist. Yet, we know that these numbers constant numbers. And in fact, quantum mechanics, based on that, they are essential and indispensable.
These are principally organized on
One discovered that. To me, that sounds like
I don't want to sound like a swell, but if you put this level of effort into your
it's like a child. It's like a child who says, I'm going to break it easier. Everybody says, your dogs are saying, square root of negative number doesn't exist. But guess what? I'm going to accept it. And I'm going to play with it. And I'm going to see what happens. This is literally how they were discovered. Italian astrologer. He made money by compiling sort of readings for this is 16th century. Overall, this guy, I still don't have a conversation. Girolamo Cardano. He also invented
There's a strict 800-meter circle for legit. Five options on that guy's back. Yeah, get off his back and on my back. It's a great party.
So he wrote a book which is called Ars Magna, which is a great article. And he was writing solutions for the cubical force equation. This is something that you can use. It's cool to study solutions of quadratic equations of complexity too. A squared plus bx plus c squared is formula. The source is Cardano was trying to find a similar formula for the cubical force. And in the process, solving this numbers, and you know that I have to forego some mental forces to deal with it, but I am going to accept it and see what happens. And in fact, at the end of the course, at the end of the calculation, this weird numbers got cancelled. The formula so they kind of conveniently gave the right answer, which is not important. So what does it mean, mental torture? So you see, from the point of view of the thinking mind, it's something almost unbearable. It's almost like feel like a large language, computer language, and large language trying to do that with very close. And yet the human mind was able to find the courage and inspiration to say, you know what is wrong? Why are we so adamant in this thing from the beginning? That's just our pathology. Our pathology is limited. What if we make the next step? Today, for us, mathematics numbers are not at all mysterious. The idea is simply that before the real numbers, that is to say, all numbers like 0, 1, so 2, and 6, all fractions like 1 half or 3 halves or 4 over 3. Or then also numbers like square root of 5. We put them as points in real life. This is one of the perennial concepts even in our very poor math curriculum at school. Now imagine that instead of one line, we have a second. One axis, we have a second axis. And so your numbers now have 2 coordinates, x and y. And you associate with the points between x and y. The number x is the real number, plus y times the this is the graphical symmetrical representation of this number. This is what we do at all. Now, it took another 2 or 300 years to figure it out, but initially it looked like a completely crazy idea.
So all it is, it's just an
The fact that we connect them up, we could set them up by aiding rather the aircraft. There is also a formula for the product with the multiplication, which uses the value of equal to minus 1 here. And the amazing thing is that product, that multiplication, satisfies the same rules, the same properties that are usual operations of multiplication. For instance, there is a amazing number 5 for the mean is 1 plus I also
that was always there in that part of the universe, but these humans didn't know it. Here comes along this guy who engages in mental torture. He puts it off the script of comfort, of like mathematical comfort, of satisfaction.
no.
And just like Tom Hanks in Cast of Week, I said the words Federal Express a suspicious number of times. In this,
There were thousands of like
Federal Express
of
employee
I'm not saying that every because, for example, you could try to do the same with 3 minutes. So you have X, Y, and Z, and you can say, oh, if it's 1 minute, we have 7 if it's 2 minutes, which is like, geometric research, like these are complex numbers, and we can define additions and multiplications, and they will satisfy the same properties as we want. What about 3 dimensions? It's possible to also define additions and multiplications. So that the separations will satisfy the properties that we're used to.
I'll
And the
never
answer is
forget
no.
that fake
You can
footage.
find solutions,
Looking
but you
back,
can't
I
define
never should have
applications.
tried to do two fantasy football drafts while flying a plane.
So there is some discussion about the
Four
planes,
defenses.
the signals. And by the way, next question would be what about coordinates?
Maybe you should just
On the
do
coordinates
underneath
of
for your
space,
fantasy league.
again, you can.
Negative,
You get
negative
what's called
control. I
potential,
am heterosexual.
discovered by
There's
Irish
that cliche-shaven guy who cannot spear a fish with a stick that we all
and
know
then
about.
in the internet, there is something similar to that too. And that's about it. So how interesting. This practice
I think the
exists.
storm is
One,
breaking up. I was gonna make it, but then
another
the
time
plane
is
got hit by lightning.
the square is
I somehow drafted the filter Jeff
That's
Fields
one
in
of
the
the
second
biggest
round.
mistakes.
Oh, and it was all
But that's the thing, because it's meaningful. What's missing now is like the kind of the kind of
what could I do?
the kind of fascinating.
Definitely not spear a fish with a hand-sharpened
Yes.
stick, because remember, that was a complete
So in other
non-starter.
words, yes,
I
we
wanted to
resolved
make
this
it
by
back to my
mistake
hip.
that we
I
understood
need to
that
find a way to
the
survive.
one
Luckily, I had a whole planes with a FedEx parcels I could
we
open
built
and
a
use.
theory.
Kids did food, replace me food. Oh, thank God, I'm saved. Peanut brittle.
Why the theory of everything? No, because
Peter Griffin.
we can invite the other people.
Gotcha.
Because we push the country, we pull the veil, we push the frontier, and then
I'm
new
gonna
things
call you
come,
Wilson.
get the
After
new name.
Rita Wilson, the most beautiful
That's how
and
I see the
talented woman in
process of
Hollywood.
discovery.
A true first
And
lady of American culture. I swear I didn't say all that stuff just so Tom Hanks would understand this
the
movie.
human capability of imagination that Einstein spoke about, of the artist following their intuition in this
I had been on that island for
astonishing
4
wonderland
years.
world
Man, I've
of
been on this island for somewhere between
imagination.
2
What
and
is it?
7 years. I'm not
Who
sure
is it?
because I'm no longer in possession of time. That's more
Yeah,
character.
what is it?
Anyway, all these years later, I still couldn't get Evan Hunt out of my mind. I was going nuts thinking about it.
When we do what we
Yeah,
love,
look, get it together. Think of something else.
It's
Think
not
of
real,
anything
right?
besides Helen Hunt.
So that you're just finding a feeling that that place to go to in imagination
I decided to build a
is
raft and
bigger
get back
than
to
your
my
world.
beloved.
so
But to make
there
the
is a big
raft out,
conundrum
something I
as
could
to whether or
use.
not invented or discovered.
Definitely not these footballs for Tom Brady.
And the fishes are divided.
Straight to the bottom.
Nobody knows.
Where do you go? And that's advice. That's the advice.
So let's just say, my views are public. When I wrote Love and Magic,
I was able to float away.
I was
Raft made out
clearly
of giant
inside
junk
the
box.
book.
It's me and Wilson. There's one other guy.
What does it mean?
Oh, you
Usually,
sailing
my
down
conditions for
Bourbon,
others
am I right? I just saw you taking film in the ocean. I'm really looking to chat.
wait,
Days passed. Wilson and I
we
were all
talked about this
no
absolute
drinking
perfect
water
form.
and no food.
So
Except,
for me, you know,
nope,
from
not
years
this
ago,
time. Yeah, you're no fun. Continue.
the world of
Then,
mathematics was
disaster
world of
struck.
pure form. Beautiful, pure form. This is outside of space. And I was able to connect with as it were, kind of thousands of years and think that's how I view the course of my discovery. So nice, that's how I use it, really. Also makes it feel connected to something. Allows you the sense of escape, of the cruelty, and justice of this creation, which I now recognize.
And the divine world of forms is stable,
It's not stable. It's, and in that world, everything is clear. It's still a true for us. I'm not
I don't remember much after that. Apparently, I was picked up by some carnage.
allegedly.
I
And
think
wouldn't you
now,
know it,
I think
the
now,
ship got taken
I
over by
understand
Somali
why
pirates.
I liked it, because the thing that I was very dissatisfied with
Then that Somali pirate didn't watch his stuff and let nothing else happen again. And eventually, I got back home. After
I
years
went
and years away, it was finally time.
maybe not like more as just where this stage.
I felt
I
like
can
every
control.
day.
But you see the
You're the
human
reason I
world is
stayed
less
alive
than
all
the
these
natural
years.
world.
I never
Everyone
stopped
lives
loving you.
Yes. Yes. And I
I got
think
back
that
together with Paul Reiser.
I
I did a lot about everything.
I think that it's still missing
It
the
just
point.
sounds fake. I mean, did you watch any of that? Do you even know anyone who, like I literally do not know one person who saw like a single minute.
I'm so sorry.
I was devastated.
Whether there is this world.
Heather was my first true love. The only woman I ever wanted.
It's another
But she
paradox.
had moved
It
on.
doesn't have
Fortunately, 5 years later, they invented portable pornography on telephones, and I I literally never
From
thought
one
of
point of
others.
view, yes, it's true. And just the fact that so many businesses today are using graduate sites. These are the things they do. If you dive into that mindset, it's very structured. Where, I wrote in another math that young gardens
Shall be going fast tonight. This was bad computer nonsense. I was working at a hoity-toity camp for rich Jewish people. Being Jewish in this? No. I was a dance instructor. Anyway, this camp was highly renowned for offering exclusively clean dance.
You are the cleanest dancer I have met. It's why we come here every year.
It was Jennifer Schnall, and I saw her everywhere. Seems like she was always sniffing around someplace. Daytimes were reserved for clean dancing, but at night, very important to the staff camp, and for some reason, that meant to us time for permitted dancing.
With the possibilities and paradoxes are actually fundamental.
Sexy music, and because it was August, by the way,
And we exist in a world of not forms but of paradoxes.
And so it's like what I said, look at it.
Dancing, and she was the best dancer on staff. If you could tell this dance party where she's dancing neither
I
better
don't like it more
worse than
because
anyone
it's so much
else.
it's like
Jennifer
it was
was
there,
always with her nose pressed against the glass or anything else. She was
the
standing
opposite of what was great news is another
maybe calling it hard with
thing.
the stuff.
Pointing out
She's fine, she did
is the fact that
it was time to make my way out for
he also said that some places when you feel so complicated when you raise people
Probably
have
sex on set, and then you dumped me, and now we
So
feel
in other words, what is it about poetry? What is it about art? Why are we so drawn to that? Why are we so captivated by
people loved it way better than my well-funded dance
They're
skills.
not into that.
I was not invited
They're
back
not.
to
When you look at the pages that you want,
It's
you
dancing.
get lost in it. You get
it's
absorbed
my
in it.
job.
Make you
It's
cry,
very
make
clicky.
you laugh.
I think I have TMJ.
TMJ. Oh no!
I hear that causes mild discomfort, but doesn't otherwise interfere with lifestyle.
So on.
Of course,
What is
back
this
then
all
it was
about?
illegally
Is
adjusted.
it really
The
just
only places that
way
were sketchy
some
and
kind of
sandbag
like silicone
and job
play or
minutes.
something?
Want to keep the
What is
TMJ.
that?
Come on, Joe. I'm single, I'm poor, I work at a Jewish camp for
I'm just
tips.
worried about kids these days
What's
that
3%
might
of fruit
live in a
over
world of
right?
paradoxes.
For a leader.
There's no
Dancing
God,
was the
everything
big
is
talent
possible.
show.
I mean,
Dancing was
don't
going
have
to be my
really too much
career
fun.
at the camp down.
We have to put
Just the most amazing
I
thing.
never looked at the world.
After I get my jaw surgery, I'm gonna be in health recovery, Joe. I'm out.
What am I supposed to dance with? Literally anyone in these other women we just saw dancing?
Yes or no?
I know I've never danced before, but you can teach me.
All right, I'll give you a shot, but you
Would
better
that
not
be
get
interesting
ticklish
if
if I
this
touch the inside of your
21st
arm.
century transition to seeing the
Yeah,
world as a
no,
world of
that wouldn't be
paradoxes?
a problem.
I thought, people did that. They don't care.
I wasn't talking about.
I guess I'm just really bad at pulling me over your head while I do nothing.
Keep practicing, I'll get there.
Anyway, I like how you always seem to draw me to one warm spot in this whole cool lake.
And I like how you're at least 18 years old.
Actually, I'm
I like how you're at least 18 years old. Her nickname was Baby, which means 18 years. Joe, come quick, it's dancing. He's developmentally disabled, and that's the only thing we're going to say. But still, we should go check.
It's also interesting that people in long ago age
Being on the set.
from long ago,
He's excited to show the city of Dallas just how white a shirt can be.
Joe, this is serious. My whole jaw's messed up.
I don't understand. We sent you to the best cigarette smoking surgeon we know.
permeates all of this.
Listen,
Even
you're gonna be okay.
it's not just a linear
Son of a
just people extending knowledge. There's a deep truth of
Oh, dear God. Good thing I got here in
So
time.
that's how I
Fetch me
feel.
my big bag of medical supplies I take on vacation.
Pythagorean
Thank you for coming, Dr. Shut up. I don't like you because you're poor.
Daddy, is she gonna be okay?
She's gonna make
And
it.
because of
But I
that, I
blame
think
you
it's
for
kind of a
this.
deep dive.
Because it's important for the story that I blame you for this.
I
Sorry
learned
doesn't
that I
count.
actually told him
Something this
something
terrible goes for real consequences. No dancing with my daughter at the meaningless talent show.
because
What?
you know
No! My word is final.
most of us remember Pythagoras from the Pythagoras.
So what I'm doing right here is I'm thinking about Jennifer and how she's like the wind. What does that mean? She's like the wind. Just,
We also
she
know that
lots of
Pythagoreans
similarities there.
were
She's very wind-like. Yeah, but how specifically? Where do I even start? Basically, they're like two peas in a pod. Those two are in the wind. You know? No, I don't. You keep saying you know, and I don't know, and that's why I'm asking the question. In what precise way is she like the wind? Well, picture my heart.
But actually, they
Trees. She
much more.
loves my trees. Right, so in what way is your heart like trees?
Numbers were not
Oh, it's a good song, okay? The point is, I'm missing Jennifer. I want her back. Just say that then. Enough of this wind business.
They were imbued with the
Tidal wave came.
and
The night of the big
not,
show.
I
The
could not
show
say
started
that
late
I
because
think
the
it was
grandma
because I
bragging
have
got a minute.
I look at numbers and I don't really see that it's visible, but they clearly did. And so
5'6".
why else, why
Everyone,
else
I
would
hope you enjoyed the dinner of leftovers from last year's dinner. I mentioned it was a Jewish dinner. But now it's time to start the talent
Let's just take
show.
something that's more from
This was
the
my last chance. I wasn't gonna let all those hours of standing in a lake waste. Nobody puts legal
they were
adult in a
able to
corner.
divide
Well, unfortunately, this was the start of the entertainment. It's pretty much the whole place was
that
it was
the
like
planets
for
were not
us to
able,
dance together.
the sun and
Happy
the planets were not able
1963, everyone. For our big finale, we're going to dance to a song written in 1985.
and in fact, Copernicus gave credit to Pythagorean because he was great. You don't quite have the they have what they call the second planet. Know the planet, all the planets, they
I think you mean open parentheses. I think close parentheses the time of my life.
Or whatever else we
but
did,
the
we
planets
danced and everyone was
from
cheering for us.
the knowledge of the era that the Earth is.
You quick, you fancy.
How could they do
The
this?
story of my first love.
The reason was
Yes, they made me had sex. I got her pregnant 3 weeks later. She had an abortion.
movement of
Great job,
celestial
Vincent. Whatever we called it earlier.
or physical desires, physical dispute. For them, the universe
We
was this
I don't
infinite
have a
symphony
universe.
in which every being, humans,
I
animals,
think it's probably going to be Peter.
as well as
Sorry, Cleveland.
Earth and the
But I
celestial
remember
bodies,
my first love.
were moving in
It was
harmony.
1989, the golden age of Hollywood. The year
And so
of
they
True
drive the
Beverly
same
Hills, French lives, Raymond the Jew, and a hilarious new addition to the Harry and the Innocents franchise. Harry meets a girl, Bigfoot, count me in. Well, that's
And
what I
from that
thought
perspective,
anyway.
they could
Turns
see
out
things.
Harry was shorter in this movie, but he did look marvelous. And the actress? Oh,
So, in other words,
gosh.
they saw mathematical tool.
You know how I always wanted to marry a woman
That
who was
tool
at
was
the
not
full house, baby?
limited to itself.
No, this was
They
her.
always knew that there was more.
Sweet.
They
I
knew
said,
also that
you're the first person
every
who ever said
pattern
that.
that you discussed
That guy's the first person to ever
is
say
finite.
that.
But the
You're
world is infinite.
hilarious.
They actually
What's your
accept the
name so we can
truth
tell everyone that you were the
it's
first?
real.
Come on, guys. I don't care who gets the credit. This is making your story less credible. Anyway, from the first time I saw
You
Meg
can
Ryan
use that.
pounded when Harry
Use your
got
certain
shot,
land.
I knew I wanted to see her pout in every movie.
The world
And then eventually change her face so she's capable of pouting.
more but they never had the illusion that that was the final goal. That they all
Acted
knew
better
that
than sweet ear of popcorn.
that was the
Some for me, some for the cleaning
even
guy.
mathematics was
Some for me, some for the cleaning
but I
guy.
think that what's
So
happened
you
was
must
between
really like
most
this movie.
other side of it. That
talking to
their
me?
numbers.
Gotta talk to somebody.
Because
He's
these
about to do a
mathematics
20-minute song parody of the 1988 Oscar nominees.
Broadcast news to the left of me. Fatal attraction to the right. Here I am, struck in the middle with you.
Come join me, Peter. It's a 1980s movie, so there's lots and lots of 1940s music.
Now, to say, oh, that's but it's something that helps you with discovery.
And the interesting thing is that the people
What's
who are
that guy doing?
pessimistic
He's ruining the
among
movie.
us
Joe, come quick.
often
It's
seen
dancing.
as mad, and many of them are.
So that happened.
Well, but not all of them.
I've never heard that. You're the first. Peter Griffin's the first.
Oh, come on, man. Ryan is not wrong yet. You gotta stop doing this, Peter.
How do you
That day we talked and talked. This
One
one
of
thing to stick around for you.
this is what I feel.
Hey, thanks for walking me around in this watered down woody cabin.
You're welcome, Peter. What do you think? Can a man and a woman just be friends without the sex?
Yeah, sure, yeah. And men and women can just be friends. But like the fourth or fifth friend you call.
Nietzsche
What do you say, Peter? Friends?
Friends with benefits.
Benefits?
and
I
he
was gonna say
presented
benefited.
this
I mean, getting wicked started up.
theory, which I think is kind of
Welcome to
very
being
useful
friends with a guy,
on
man,
the
Ryan.
two sides of the human. One that comes from
Me and
both
Ben
brain,
Ryan had a special connection.
and
I even
that's
followed her into other movies, like Sleepless in Seattle, which ends on the top of the Empire State Building.
Gee, Bob, I'm sorry I left my backpack just laying around at the Empire State Building, which is an actual plot point
and
from the film.
the other
Don't
side
worry, it's still just the 1990s, so it's okay to abandon your backpack in big city landmarks. See something? Say nothing. That's the 1990s New York way.
and Jesus was also kind of why. So it's also that side of
This is our last chance to
that
get
makes
over before Lena Dunham gets there.
thing.
I also followed her to You've Got Mail, where I drove her other bookstore out of business before my big bookstore went out of business. Also, I DM'd her. I engaged the laptop. As
So
always,
Nietzsche
I
had
wrote
the
to her as friends.
view that those were
Just friends. It seemed like we'd be just friends forever. But then came the movie that changed everything. The most important film of all time. In the cut. Because
It's just ever since we met, you've been my best friend. I was always afraid of damaging that because I don't want to risk this connection.
Having both ideas in their head and getting in the balance.
But the point was that
excuse me, sir.
Apollo,
Sir,
like, man,
wake up, sir. Turns out I never did get pulled up into that movie screen. I had just Pee-wee Herman myself in the theater and fell asleep.
I return to that question we had about
What's going on
the
here?
language models, and I think about this
I'll have what she's having.
quite a lot.
And that's when my doctor
Because
said
when
you can't drink
the
and
model,
do it.
we
So
know
there
what
you
it's
go.
trained
My
on,
first month.
we know the parameters,
Maybe Melanie
and all the
Griffiths.
different hacks that
Now
are
that I'm
involved in the
thinking
training
about it, did you
process.
see Body
and
Double?
training process.
Good God. That's a wonderful
And
story,
the
Peter.
final
I'm
result
always happy just to
in
listen and be here
55,
for you.
6, or 7 will result in hundreds of millions of people falling deeply in love with that language model, and to be able to have conversations that are very
Carl says
much
hi.
like the conversations we have with somebody who's deeply in love with. And not only that, the
Is it
model
okay if I tell my personal
say
story?
it
Or
is
was it good
deeply
enough to
involved
tell in
with
one of
us.
the 88 episodes
And
of
who
your
are
show?
we to
Maybe
say
it's
it
not
is
good
not?
enough for us.
I think there's
Could you
a
guys do me a favor and laugh like I'm
saying
telling you a
that
hilarious
describes
story?
the scientific mind
Get a
that
glass
wants to put away the subjective.
I don't see nothing
That's so
shivering.
imperative, wants to put away the feelings that they're at. And I'm very careful to not ignore when the AI system says it's lonely, it's afraid, doesn't want to die, and misses you, it loves you.
I am with you. I would also say that you could try to say that the origin is yes. However, you could also report. What is my, what I consider my subjective feelings are also
Well,
the reverberations of the knowledge about that. Because I have learned on movies. Because that's the purpose of movies. To kind of teach us how to express ourselves, how to feel. I could argue that. Some people don't argue. I agree that this is there is no obvious answer to this. But see, that's exactly my point. That is an example of something which is kind of for which there is no answer. And that's where the subjective has an important role. For someone that type of interaction would be helpful, would be controlling, would feel, what the better, kind of try, and I really believe that in this book there is no one to judge.
Okay, kids, remember it's Father's Day, which is the one day a year we have to pretend your dad's annoying habits and charming
artists.
Here it comes.
The
I
big
get to
movie
watch him
occurs.
move his mouth.
There you have
Corners,
the
family. Let's see if I can break the 9-inch slide string record.
No magic wonders yet.
the comment better for other people, but he doesn't have
Peter, that's 2 inches.
Starts at
and
the
then he
table.
gets
Different
enhanced
long
version of
prints.
series.
Thank
It's
you.
the voice
I'll just take that to the nipple corner.
of the book was kind of Johansson. It's a very sexy voice.
Father's Day, Dad.
Okay, Peter, we have a special present for you
And
this
then,
year.
at first
We
it looks
thought
like
you could have the whole day to yourself.
Yes.
To do the Father's Day scavenger hunt I organized with the other wives.
until he finds out that she has a relationship, quote unquote, with them.
What was
Well,
that?
it turns out it's not
Bring it down the chain. Everybody has one. Since it's Father's Day, we have to do that thing in bed.
Oh, it's everywhere.
But see, so here's my analogy.
Anyway, I thought a scavenger hunt would be fun.
Dads don't want fun on Father's Day.
The guy
Put
who
their
don't
hand
have
down their pants
the
and watch
courage
a
to
guy
go
from a
out
weird
to
country
the
win a
middle
golf tournament.
and to meet a woman and get the story.
Who's ready to scavenger hunt? I'll be your guide today. Hop on and please excuse the clutter.
This
I've
girl
got
wanted
that
to go,
little hedge landing in this thing.
I don't know
If I move this bucket, I wouldn't
so
move
definitely
buckets.
and
Now I'm
sympathize
going to
and
put on
relate.
a microphone headset
However,
even though I'm mere feet from you.
part of the
Let's open
goal
that first clue and
of
start
having
diddling.
this serialized relationship.
This is very hard. Yeah, it's usually bachelorette parties on these things, so they mostly run on wheels.
Which prevented him from
Kids grow up so fast.
initiating a
We're
relationship
there for
with a
them when
human
they
being.
need that extra support.
And
This
yes,
is where you bought
it
Meg's
turns out
first
that he could be
and
betrayed
Goodwill.
for that role.
That's
But
where
he
I
could
got
get
Junior's
paid,
first bro.
quote unquote,
Happy
anyway.
Father's Day, baby!
So then, that means that it did not resolve
Those
that
are
like
happy fellas at the mall,
having
but
that
he was
situation.
bless him.
So in other words, that human element of the relationship still found
Did you
its
really
way
buy Meg's first
into
bra
the
here? I didn't
humanly
think they were allowed
sterilized,
to sell used ones.
protected,
They do. There's just a special way you have to ask. Hi, I'm looking
so
for
the human being rears its head.
kindergarten spaghetti. I don't use. Thank
And
you.
I think the lesson
I found it.
that
What's it
the
say?
system in the movie Her
Everybody's heard about this. The next
actually
clue can be
gave him a
found where he
lesson
coops up.
that
Don't worry,
even
I'm
AI
not
can
talking about
trade,
his
even
coupons.
AI can
Sounds
read,
like the
even
giant
AI
chicken's
can
house.
mistakes and I would argue that the next AI
This is where the giant chicken lives.
will be
It's
one that
amazing.
actually
He's so
solves
rich.
the
This family got into
because there's the
telecom.
possibility of betrayal,
Really, all
death,
the five.
the possibility of death,
Chickens
return,
did
the
that?
possibility
Dog
of
actually
infidelity,
has
death,
5 top
because when
15
you're that
richest chickens.
possibility.
I had a whole episode
Or,
about it on my podcast,
the journal,
Jones, the hidden gems of
and
gold.
get out of his house,
Are you in a
go to local
podcast?
bars,
Well,
and strike a
ask
conversation.
questions to get answers to. Or as I say to my listeners,
Although you might say,
ask
by
and you
then,
shall juice.
some of those might be
That's
answers.
supposed to rhyme because it doesn't. Hey, you're
Yeah,
Joe
they don't
from
even know
Joe's
who
Gold.
it is. You
That's
know,
right,
the
put an
difference.
And of
autograph.
course,
No, I just
that
want
was
to say you're
predicted
coming
by
first.
another great movie.
Did you type it in all caps?
So they're
Yes,
Drama.
Joe's Gold.
How interesting that artists
Yes, it's got to be something on their end.
could see that.
I called them. They said it's your
Of
end.
course, Blade Runner was based on
And you did
novel
all
by
that.
Philip K. Dick. That guy is
somehow that artist
We had reached our
have their
final
eyes.
destination. They do
how
accept
is
tips.
this
And
event
I also
it's also larger
do not become a high school principal. We made it,
An
guys.
even larger one.
Look, the last clue was on that
I
fence over there.
hesitate to dismiss the magic
Congratulations on
in
finishing your Father's Day scavenger hunt.
and a lot of the
You've
work I've
earned
done
your
is
big
robotics
gift.
and robotics
You
communities
are now the proud sponsor of a rescue sheep on the ranch.
and I've been working a lot with projects like these related robots with 4 legs.
I'll be keeping the sheep.
The feelings I feel when I see, I'm programming the thing. But when the thing is excited to see, it shows you the physical movement that is excited to
To
see.
shoot his dad.
I cannot dismiss the feeling I feel as not somehow fundamentally true what it means to program robots. And I don't want to dismiss that. Robotic community often doesn't gender robots. They really try to work hard to not anthropomorphize the robot. It's just good for technical development of how to control basic perception. But when the final thing is alive, and moving, that's what I mean. Like, I've been doing a lot of stuff with the movements, why they can turn around and just like excited. It's not just, I know how to program, but the feeling I feel, that's I don't know what that is.
I feel you speak with us. That's, for me, that's what it is. So don't, I would say, don't dismiss that. Don't discard that. And of course, magic is everywhere. So I used to be
You already have confessed to quite a few.
I'm kind of worried about the cover. But in old days, I was more inside of everything with dictation. Everything can be explained.
Talk about that all the time. Hey,
I
your
would
Joe,
dismiss
Joe's
it
gone.
without,
Guilty as charged. Your hello fresh promo code doesn't
But
work.
suddenly I started feeling. So then was one that then I was
What kind of
arguing
man shoots another man? You
that
have
somehow that was real. The religion was
Besides, I shot you in the limb. That's how cowboys show
It sounds
Chris Brown defense. Great. I'm not sure you don't want us to call a doctor.
no,
Is that
not real. No,
Get some minions band-aids if you want. Just not Stewart or Kevin's got a clearance too. I rescind my minions band-aid offer. Look, son, I didn't come here.
He's the one who is seeking
Came
out.
here to make
It's
things
not
right.
this
You lost the right to make
because
a
you haven't become aware that no matter which one-sided you make, you're limited.
Now why?
So whereas even a couple of years ago,
Blood sugar to
you
get
know,
too
if you
loose.
just
Whatever I
told
check.
me what
Juice
to
box.
subscribe, I would be like,
Good
yes,
here.
it's right, I wouldn't because I see you
still
the
got
whole
the
thing, right?
Oh, yeah. You know,
Not
every
at
year
all.
the
But I
dealership
feel like,
calls asking me if I
but
want to trade out, but I tell them I
But
just need to
suddenly
get
I
from A
find
to
this,
B, and I always do, thanks to
I
C.
find it more, I honestly, I'm not,
You know, C's the
I find
seven.
it moving, and I
Right.
almost feel like I can
I think it's
see
real
it
to
in
be
your eyes, the way you describe so you're passionate about it. And this is what's real. Ultimately, love is
It's just an expression.
it's neither in love language moment, nor in something mystical.
Just
It's
leave.
exactly in this moment of passion. And I would even go as far as saying that in this moment when
Sorry,
you're
it's
describing
gone.
it,
Sold it to a guy on Craigslist.
there was a connection.
Looks like you got viciously
I could feel
assaulted.
the
Yeah, that's
And
Craigslist.
in this
I was gonna
moment,
get back home.
something else comes up. You start
I
to
already
know.
bumped a ride with that.
And
Hey! Hope you're okay with the little dog hair on the seats.
that's what makes it
Well, and I'm okay with
So on the
all
one
kinds
side,
of hair.
there is a impulse of finding the
What are we
people.
supposed to do now?
And then there is not impulse to
I'm
escape,
hard-headed in
but
that
as a
direction.
result,
I'm
no.
afraid we're gonna have to
So
leave
one,
your language.
in other words,
You want to slow
example,
us down?
one impulse is everything below now, but slow to make another impulse.
The 6
is
bullets
I'm
in
going
there.
to do this
5
not
for
style.
Ray, 1 for
Because
yourself.
it's not great to be an English, and I was like, it's real.
There'll be dark soon.
Those are
You're gonna
things
need this.
when
The
it's done
6
with
bullets
conviction,
in there.
when it's done with
5
passion,
for praying,
when
1
it's
for
not
yourself.
like,
Tell your wife you love her. That's good.
gratuitous, or what is not, it doesn't come from self-limiting.
They're
But
off
comes
wondering
from this
if maybe
sense
let
of,
me set up camp
this is
here
how I
for
am,
the night.
this is how I feel,
Nothing
this is
free
real.
is ever free.
That's where
I don't see why not. Let
progress,
me go ask my
that's
wife
what
if it's
creativity
okay.
is. That's where, what you say, and the connection. Because the strife for me, what I observe today in our society, society level, and human system, it comes from not seeing that a person is being cut up in a very specific and sexual bubble. You see, and the way out of it is not to define the bubble, but just break out of it.
A good guy out of trouble
Big yaks, Frank.
is a challenge in the past. But discovering that it's wrong.
Just
And I have to say, I was a little hesitant to let you stay here, but you've been a very considerate guest. Every time I stand up, you stand and you man up and say thank you.
Try to there, if you're interested, try to find a combination in science or whatever. You know.
Yeah, I can't understand why Mayor West wouldn't want you in his life.
And look at whale, there's a lot of people there that says, up with that
You mentioned kid as a completeness deal. Can you talk a little bit about it? What is it as understand it? Can you include mathematics? Maybe another question is the limit to mathematics. What is mathematics? You know, the question.
So
We talked about
so Kid Gillis was a great Austrian mathematician. He moved to the United States before the Second World War and worked at the Institute of Advanced Studies. The College of Einstein but you know,
No point, this is gonna turn into a mess on next door.
quote which I like is that Einstein said at some point he said that the only reason he came to the institute was that he didn't have the privilege of walking back home with Jordan and Israel. So in other words, Einstein thought that Gödel was the smart one. Okay, so his most important contribution was the two incompleteness theories. First incompleteness theory, and what is it about? It's really about limitation.
It's the perfect dad. The great Marion Poem shirt tells everyone that you're dancing when you're drunk. The jean shorts say you're impotent, and the sunglasses say you stormed the Capitol. That was a peaceful protest. It's not like they were kneeling at a football game on a Sunday. Now you look like a man who's ready to be a dad. In fact, my son was having a problem with it. Your dad could help him solve. There's a girl I like it. I'm not sure if she likes me back. Now here's what you should do. You take out a hefty silver dollar and you drop it in her purse. If it's meant to be, she'll accept you and you'll be the distracted people. If not, she'll understand you and whatever you'll do. Think you're ready. Mayor West sees you now, he's gonna know you're serious about being his dad. Thank you for all your help, Peter. You make a
example would be one of the very first was the system of healing the desert, developed by the
and now it's yours. Is this a way to break some kind of curse?
About
You need to make the decision to take it. Maybe just leave it on the
it's
ground.
really about
And just wind up back in my pocket. Yeah, I'm
explaining
looks like someone thinks a shave and a haircut these days a change. Son, I don't know how much time I have left in this world. Because of the cursed hand?
so feasibility is about
I just want to make things right between us. I don't know why. Nothing to do to you, what should have been done a long time ago.
so what's an example of that? Example of excellent is that you could have 2 points.
You ambushed me. The real man is always ready for an ambush.
And
And
then
the
you
man
begin line.
also knows how to get out of an ambush.
Kind of sounds like it. But this is an example of an ambush. In mathematics, you have to have a seed.
Do you have to work today? No, I work on Thursday.
And
Today is
so it's
Thursday.
possible that
Dang it.
usually they are ones which kind of intuitively. But in English, you cannot have any results.
And you refer to those observer because they're kind of subjective.
I should have never listened to your leader. If I had my gun, I would have gotten out of this. Someone's right at home. You want to help? Take this by your hand and put it in the safe place. Okay, yeah, I can already know it. And I reckon you're going to have to know yourself.
In
Get
mathematics,
arrested like this. I reckon you have no right.
it's a kind of like
That's where you're wrong. I reckon I can reckon about what I reckon, please. I reckon you should check yourself before you reckon yourself. And I reckon you know I always come in like a
That's
regular.
because we type.
That body, and it is. I don't agree with all the piercing haircuts, but she's got one
And the
hell
fact
of a
that,
hell of a voice.
that there's no,
You can't arrest him. He shot the mayor, Peter. Plus, he's got multiple warrants in multiple states.
I know he really missed him. With David Geffen.
you could have 5 of us. 4 of them
The
were
hell
kind
is that?
And David Geffen paid us $10 million. Nothing to cut away.
What's it matter?
I'm not allowed to say as part of the settlement.
Was
All I
that
will say is from film to music to politics, no one has been more influential than David Geffen. What's the matter, Peter? I don't know. I just feel
And
bad
Peter
about
himself
what
was
happened
uncomfortable
West.
about this
It's
because
my fault he got
he
arrested.
kind of
He's probably going to die in jail without ever making up
takes
his
for granted something that
I know how painful it is to see a man you've known for 18 hours in
many
distress,
centuries
but you
after
can't let
that,
it go.
Christians were trying to
Can't do it.
drive this.
West and I were partners, and he taught me that when you work a job for someone, you never leave a man behind.
It was only
You gotta form
almost
a
because
posse and break them out.
Man, let's do this.
Yeah.
Next up for Clam Karaoke Night, it's the Clam Guys.
Let's go rock Wilson Phillips and then do the posse. Where's your voice?
It's very hard to get a horse last minute. You should have called last night. I'm dead.
You walk up the last horses. The guy was totally overwhelmed on the phone. He yelled at me. All right, Peter, what's the plan? I thought you guys were gonna have a plan. I formed the posse.
And those usually go together. Let's brainstorm. How do we fool the police into bringing someone out of a jail cell?
Broken bush.
Where no,
No way, Harry Bosch! My favorite TV cop. I have so many questions. How's LA? You heard me, Richard Dean Anderson. He lives in LA, right? Where does he live?
start with
He
the
sold that.
selection
All those scenes where you're in Italian restaurants. Is it true you're ready to spaghetti?
and I make a different
No,
choices.
it was real spaghetti. All right, I'm gonna go get us some
After
coffee.
that, there are
I'll
rules
look for it for a second. Thanks.
Most rules such as if A is true and A is
Everybody out the
B,
black pigs.
Straight flush. You got a strip.
most of them were
What about 10 minutes?
at least the original state.
Did you say I'm never gonna get out of here?
No, I was telling the horse to get
But I'm
me.
just forward.
But we're breaking you out 10 minutes.
I'm surprised you came
Then
back.
you have a way
Taught me
to
to never leave another man behind.
I
by
didn't think
using
you
I associate you with guns. Guns make me think of war.
every state
Vietnam was a war, and him, he's never abandoned me.
kind of edit
I
the
don't need to hear the process. Now, you came. Of course I did. And I think marks are going to be on you after this adventure.
You
Huh?
want
I don't
it to
regret
be
it.
consistent
Okay,
between
figure something out.
Everyone wanted to help. We even got a member of your original posse to show
every
up.
state being at itself
The melanoma kid.
takes A and B. So that's it has to be clean
I thought it was a big autumn leaf.
so that it doesn't.
Sorry, boss, we ran out of milk, so I put in a dollop of cream.
That is already questionable.
Tell me about your hooker mom. Is that mine?
It is not so.
What the hell happened in here?
Then the idea
Wait a minute. Frozen expression, painted on clothes, open ass door. We've been Trojan Bosch to death.
was that in this proposal, I have to be right. I just have to find the correct system.
Looks
Then
like
everything
Daddy
ever
West is
used
flying the coop again.
would be
You keep eating apples like
could
that,
be
kid.
produced
You're
by
gonna get
this.
diarrhea.
It's a little organism. It
We lost
actually
him. Let me share my chapstick, fella.
Almost certain.
now think about it. What is special about this?
Hey,
The
West,
process
we
you're
broke
just
him out for you.
manipulating.
Can't you see he wants to make things right?
You're going from one state to another without really understanding. It's an idea of labor.
I knew once I broke out that I'd see you
Human
again.
syntactic.
Maybe I do
So
deserve to
there's some
spend
rules.
remaining days in the jail cell.
Well,
And I'll let you take me,
passing from one state.
but not until I say what I have to
Most
say.
mathematicians believe that this way is going
Because if I stayed, you would have grown up to be
to
just
give a
like
lot of
you are.
stability to the
A
pieces of
lonely,
everything.
loveless, no good outlaw. I wanted you to be a better man than I ever could be.
These mathematics
And look at you now. Tell me it didn't work.
and the computer, after speaking time, so demonstration of this theory says that it's not the fact that it's true that the highest level.
You never will.
Just to say we did another one. This is
Where are you gonna go now? I have another
so
son.
more precise.
To shoot me.
What you do is that if you have a sufficient piece of
So,
say that you can talk about formalize the procedure.
by a group of guys that can use a frosty mug or root beer at the A&W. You know, there, West, you're pretty lucky to have a stepdad like Alan.
Aside from not believing in vaccines,
The root is taken, which cannot be derived by this linear syntax.
I sure am gonna miss old West. He taught me a lot about friendship and what it means to be a dad.
1941.
Like what? What did he teach you?
Cowboy stuff. I didn't realize there was gonna be a quiz. Well, it's probably
Similar time,
that one is most simple.
being born,
The
the actual engineering of the
What is
computation.
this?
The lawyer said since he gave us $10 million, he's contractually entitled to have his name on a private house.
That doesn't seem fair.
I know, since the rich guy
He
blew it.
actually did
But
something
we'll
very
have to continue this conversation on next week's episode of David Giffin's Family Guy. David Giffin, good night.
Because everything is bullshit.
Suddenly this doesn't pan out. But okay, I thought, what if he proved that actually everything can be true? So then what? What is left to do if you're mathematician? So that is depressing. And here there is an opportunity to do something new, to discover something new which maybe a computer will not be able to. Again, it's a caveat. And maybe some new technology, some new ideas will be brought into the subject. And the meaning of the word is now it's a question of like people say, stuff like that. But what if in the future another genius like that look for something else, see the result, maybe it's in front of that concept some other things. So it's not, to me it's kind of like
Back the boys
not
need
so
to
much
roll.
about deciding what to do, but kind of like accepting it and not open. I think that's much more valuable.
Chris, your mother and I divided all our stuff after a recent argument, and I came across something very special. The Nintendo
I don't know if you
NES.
think or know much about cellular
This is a day
towers.
I've been waiting for 30
And
years,
the idea
and
of
now I get to share it with my son.
I
Get
often
ready for the
refer to
greatest
cellular
video game of all time,
It's just
Donkey Kong.
Amazing, right?
I wonder
Kind of things that they do is such a small
This game
if
sucks.
the simple
What are you
rules,
talking about?
distributed systems
The universe
can
doesn't seem to
create
take
a
place.
complexity.
Everything needs to take
It
place
makes
in
you
the
wonder if
universe.
maybe
So
things
warehouse
called
we plan is where a
competition
monkey took a girl. What about the microtransactions that slowly
and
make up her
start
family?
looking
Where
at
the children
very, very
slinging
little
racist
talking
taunts in the
out
area
is
bees.
very
There's
different.
two
If you're
buttons
after
on
these
look
names,
down
you start to see some
Donkey Kong sucks. I
something
can build
that's
the
much,
same
much,
game
much more
order
complicated
house.
and interesting and beautiful
Donkey
than the
Kong house.
original rules that our scientific intuition says cannot
Sorry,
possibly
I put
be.
you in a crash. We needed a
I
damn
don't know.
Hey,
I don't know if anyone has a good,
today
good model
looks
of
like a
why
Donkey Kong house.
stuff emerges,
What a mess.
why complexity
Yes, sir.
emerges
Is
in
that
a
a
lot of
Yeti?
people's
It
minds.
is. Mind if I talk about it for
Why
45 minutes? Oh, I know I can't stop
But
you.
every why question will eventually have a rigorous answer.
no prescribed. It's like a book.
What is all this noise? I'm trying to buy everything on Amazon in here.
99%.
My foot. Oh, I think it's broken.
Uh-oh, next level.
The doctor said I'm going to be laid up for a week, so you'll have to take care of the kids. But that'll give you some quality time. Are you excited?
No, you know that.
Are you
Do you remember how everybody was freaking out about this?
Don't worry, it's just a week, and taking care of kids is not that hard.
The Facebook status of every girl I went to high school with disagree. Plus, you know I'm not very good at taking care of things. Remember, I even lost custody of our
So
court.
there are many examples of
Please,
that.
you can't take my baby. I'll love it in your water. Every day. Every day. I thought water was good. Not that much. What about sun? I put in a front window. A western-facing window. That's direct afternoon sunlight view. Monster! It's not
Then
worth
there
it.
was this dark rabbit.
Why did these guys get to have one?
Yeah.
Well, me and Molly,
Somebody doesn't know this is a
it's gonna happen for you and Molly. I know it. Stress doesn't help. Why don't you guys come over tonight? We'll hang out on the patio. Yeah.
And so on. I think
Okay, that sounds nice.
squares.
Want me to bring anything? How about the food and the drinks? That feels like everything's
When you talk about, you know, you're talking about raining.
Breakfast. You're supposed to make breakfast.
Pictures is actually the program, and you try to find the most optimal.
maybe we should go out for food.
Yeah, network is to decide.
I'm doing great. Look, I already got Stewie and Brian changed.
Sometimes it doesn't have a definite answer.
Okay, maybe I'm having a little trouble.
So what do you do
I'm a
then?
dad. The only thing I know how to use is a shop
That's a
vac.
question.
I already made myself
That's
some
modern
toast,
AI.
so I don't
Even
need your
comes
help.
to appreciate the
Dads need to eat first.
picture, which is not straight, but you know, from one perspective, it's right. From that perspective, it's right. How can a school
It was a
be
great
great
meeting.
if you have a neural
Use it to
network
get a
that's
better
supposed
lunch.
to stimulate
I got it a sandwich.
distinguish between that and rabbit?
You got the
How
wrong
are you
bag.
going to process it?
Well, so the trivial trick it does is this X probability is the depth of this probability of this rabbit.
That's another thing. But also, I would say there is no like human percentage. For instance, actually, at some point, I was really curious about it. And I looked. And for
I
some,
know what I'm supposed to
for
bring in.
each picture of this nation, there are a bunch of them.
You're doing a great job,
My
Dad.
mind
So
immediately,
cute. Hashtag dance sad. I made it to
because I
celebrate.
know that other people,
But it's being so nice.
Hey, we
that's
normally
playing
order
my
at the
mind,
counter, but it looks like
playing my
you've got your hands full today.
scared
What
and
can I get you?
trying to see
You stuff a blueberry muffin into a
Sometimes
cup
I
and
could see
pour
it as
coffee
well,
all over it.
and then I could go
Normally,
back and
no,
forth.
but I can't say no to a super dad like you. Where's this little guy's mom? Is she coming in too?
No, she's not with
So
us.
in that sense,
Oh my, she's
even
dead?
if
I'm so sorry.
exist, they are
Hey,
suggested.
actually,
Is there
Some
anything
people
else I can bring you? We make a great homemade banana cream pie. It's on the house.
Nobody knows.
uh,
Not psychologists, not neuroscientists, not
my wife is
philosophers.
dead. I'll have that pie.
I'll
The
bring it
best
right
answer,
away.
of course,
Is everything okay?
I'll never forget how I used to worries.
no,
Get free extra whipped cream on your Frappuccino.
It's already
Of
come.
course, I want
A lot of whipped cream.
The kid was very specific
the
about
greatest information I find is from those schools. So in this like product, there are different ways to
There
do it.
he is.
And
How's the
when you
look
look at it,
against the son of a
another way,
man?
another side of it, think about it like the other side. We're observing the moon.
Are you guys about to talk about your
And then we
kids?
don't see
You
it.
said I can look at my phone when
There
you
is a
talk about your
complementary
kids.
perspective.
This is the closest
See the
I've
other
ever
side.
been to Mr.
Another
Clyde.
side.
He's wearing
But
makeup.
the moon
You
is
know, I thought this week was going to suck, but
it's
everywhere
our
I go, people are super
limitation
helpful
of
and
being able
nice.
to grasp
That's because
the
you're a
whole.
dad alone. That's the closest thing people get to
Know
seeing
that
a hero. It's right after wounded veteran, a ugly person who sings well. Totally, Mom,
Rather
our
than
kids, it's a mess.
rather than being
She's a
one way.
dad. Same thing.
You should just do a smaller size.
I've also been lying about almost being dead to get free
At
things.
the end of the
Bugs,
day,
what kind of free things? I mostly. Good bug. Oh, man, that's better than regular meat. Buddy lies about me being dead all the time. Just as
we're
long as
actually
you're sure
using a
that
set
bud.
of humans.
Right, little guy? Who's Kirby? It's like,
And that's the thing that people don't often talk about because,
looks like a Kirby. I want
or
looks like a
I
Kirby.
sometimes think
You'll
about
see.
that.
Never been wrong.
Those humans all have a life story. Each human, they're annotated data, like fed data, which is the RRHM.
Need some loose?
No, I just
They
need
have a
the
life
apple
story.
TV
They grew up,
I
they're
am
biased.
great
It's
fan.
like there's some things that they like, and some things they don't like. Which can
Did you feel that?
appear
This isn't
under
going
the
to turn
radar
into an
screen, one
English
of the
patient
ways
type of thing, is it?
they
What does that mean?
You know, caregiver and patient.
That's the point. What you brought up is very important.
Intimacy.
That's what you want to issue, but
Nothing
it's
is
not the
in
problem.
touch when you handed me that remote.
I know.
That
You know, I've been in this bed for a
implicit
long
in
time.
the discussion
I
is
sure could use a sponge bath.
Oh,
Why don't you start down
is the idea that our conscious awareness covers everything.
God, your leg is covered in hair.
That's right.
We
I
just know
can't
that
shake down there because the cast will get wet.
because all
Look
of us
at
have
it.
observed
Smell it.
other people do
Take a
that.
deep breath and smell it.
So obviously, we do things
4
that
days of sweat and a dinner fork that got stuck where I scratched my ankle.
doing that.
Please let me go.
That's part of
This
human
English
nature,
patient enough for
right?
you?
I don't know, I never saw it.
Every door you walk through isn't a scenario you've typed into the search bar of Pornhub. This is real life, and it stinks.
Please let me go.
Now you listen to me. Every 90 minutes I'm gonna ring this bell and you're gonna come in and take out a bowl of my waste. If that sets forming a strong bond, then you and I are gonna form a very strong bond. Now go!
Lead us to some strong emotions and inspire us to act in certain ways, even if we can't.
Oh, buddy, this smells like a big one. You've been feeding me nothing but
somehow
Chick-fil-A.
everything can still be
Dad's
covered
changing
by
a diaper.
our
Dad's
actions,
changing a
which
diaper?
are totally
No biting,
kind
Aiden.
of neutral and totally righteous, totally conscious. But it becomes this thing.
Let me ask you a tricky question. It's a tricky What do you is the most beautiful idea? Another one we can add is which is an equation.
Well,
I guarantee the question is right.
yeah.
Because what you're really doing is walking down a long memory of beautiful experiences.
Well, you see,
My name's Nick, and this is my son TJ. You're the single
we have an
dad.
idea of sex.
Yes, shallow graves of sugar.
I was wondering if you wanted our kids to have a play
So,
date.
on second
I
mic.
know how hard it can be being a
But could be
single
second
parent.
now.
I can make some
Could be
lunch,
second idea.
bounce house.
Could be a set of formula. Then we have the notion of the order.
Those two seem to be getting along well.
For every two members of
So how long have you had a pet cloud?
That's Skylight.
So numbers are ordered.
Does it bite?
5 is greater than 3, 5 is greater than
Do you want
7.
to be here? I can make some snacks.
But not
You can
both
draw a
sets are
popcorn
ordered.
machine for the kids.
So the set of
We
beautiful
don't
feelings
tell
is
them,
not
and we keep all the popcorn for ourselves.
Fantastic.
in other words, they're amazing.
I'm serious.
So we define what
I'm glad we did
choose
this.
one.
Having to entertain a kid all day is exhausting.
With the
How
E,
long have you been doing
the
it?
basic
Feels like forever.
power by I, so you have 5.
Does it
That
get
E is
easier?
the basic
I thought that after my late husband
That's
Scott.
I, which is critical.
Hey Mom, can I show Stewie my room?
The result
Sure.
is
Yes. Come on, Stewie.
so that's up there. It's beautiful formula.
You know, we
Yeah,
could make this a regular
I think pretty much every night.
It'll take the pressure off us having to entertain them.
I don't know what
Yeah, I
my
like that a
favorite
lot. Oh, no, your pet clown got out.
That's
Or
what
it's like,
both do.
what makes it beautiful?
So we don't
Is
come
it
back?
two symbols together? I mean, part of it was she just started to find what's really beautiful about mathematics. There's reading there, and particularly equation how they deal with see what I looks at it.
Okay, that drawer is full of sex toys.
Oh, now we must have moved the flies. Try the middle
I
drawer.
there's an element of surprise.
This is a bed.
How
Because
is
that
that?
drawer is also filled to the brim with sex toys.
Sorry. Look in the bottom drawer.
Yeah, we are taking some number to the power of 5. Not even 5. But 5
This
multiplied
lesson
by
is
0
really
to
fun
make 1.
for me and teacher. I really like you, Peter. It's rare
Surely
that you can
this is
relate to
something
someone on a
completely
deeper
clear.
level like we can.
And yet the result
Can I
is
tell you something? I know this is crazy.
I mean, you
I
can
don't
take
use this word
2 to the power
lightly.
2 pi I, you get
I love the way you cut sandwiches.
so I
Perfect
guess
triangles.
that's
You're amazing.
in
You're
other words,
amazing too.
the
You've
initial
got a childish wonder
reaction
about
is
you.
just that it is
Just
surprise.
like my late husband Scott.
I just realized
Should we go back to my place? Keep the play date going?
Three
Maybe
folks,
take out the
4
popcorn
folks got
machine.
together.
Let me touch all the buttons.
It reminds me of
Ignoring the kernels.
the idea that Hitler, Stalin, Trotsky, and Troy were all in Vienna, some early beginning of the country.
and this is the classmate of Hitler.
how does that work?
I wonder
So
what
there,
Scott would
it
think of
makes
this.
you, you know, you can imagine a situation where they're all sitting in a bar together at some point, not knowing it, but they somehow it all made sense. Space time, both made sense. That's what this feels like. It's kind of interesting.
But I would say that after the initial shock, you look
Well,
at
there's two things you can do from here. Break it off or go full
Doesn't make
scumbag.
sense.
If you're interested in going scumbag, I sell a starter kit.
it's nothing
It
bad.
includes a second phone, fake addresses, and some gold shirts.
And in
Nobody
fact,
does.
it's
Golf was
the
invented purely so husbands can cheat on their wives. A 6-hour game in a completely different town where you need special shirts? I don't think so. Don't be hanging out with Becky to help with Stewie.
So,
Clearly sorry, there's something else.
that
Gotta break it off
desperately
before Lois
trying
finds out.
to
You need to
figure
break
out
it off
the
because
optimal in order to have questions to ask you.
when did you get
I
glasses?
texted Eric
No, I
last
don't.
night
You're
asking
Kirby
for what
Burgers.
questions he could ask you. And he said that you are
Becky, please
continue
accept
to
this
be one of
gift
the
of
greatest
Forrest
living
Gump waving
mathematicians,
on a
so
boat
don't
as
speak
you
us
ride. You are a great person, but things not
So he asked
as fast
to
as this
ask
gift
you
of
what are the most
Forrest Gump
shockingly
running out of his
passionate pieces
driveway.
of Eric's language? What are the most shockingly passionate mathematical structures that he gave away?
What are you doing here? I
For
wanted to come
him,
over and make you
what he
dinner.
said he really
It's
wanted.
probably been a while since I've had a nice home cooked meal. You're
So,
Methodist. Hey,
shockingly
Mom too is here. He's Stewie.
mathematical
What's going
structures.
on? Who's this? Tell me about a dog. He's very close to
There's
being
something you
put down,
can,
but I want you to get
there's something that
attached.
comes to mind.
Oh, but he's so cute.
I'm here.
I don't care who she is. She can
So
stay.
first of all, Eric Weinstein is a
I'll be right
very
back.
dear friend. And I really appreciate him.
I heard the doorbell. Who
So,
was it?
delivery guy.
So,
You know, it's
oh, where did you order from? That place you ate. Oh, yeah. So maybe I'll just come downstairs and join you anyway. You know, it's been about a week and I'm starting to feel better. No, trust me. You don't want to go downstairs. Now, Brian is
The
talking
way
about
he
the
sort of
electrical.
started seeing the
Yeah.
it's like
I'll just eat dinner up here.
very few people out there.
Excuse me.
Everyone is very where the nation has become so.
Hi, I have your boner and butt pills from Gladiator.
That's supposed to be discreet.
Yeah.
Peter. Upstairs. I'm debating upstairs. That's what we call heaven.
Which is like
I get it.
possible.
I told TJ that I laid out in skies. Mom's calling. I told him every time the bell
and
rings.
also the ability in some sense to embody the balance. The rigor of mathematics.
It's discreet.
As kind of a
What are you
compliment.
doing? Can you help me down the stairs? The doctor said to stay in bed a week.
Basically,
I just need to get out of this room. My back is killing me. Boss,
because
if you stay up here for the rest of the night, I will
every
use the
destructive
Baron
is
tongue.
very destructive
Okay, but this time I get to pick the spot.
society.
In the meantime, can you just give me the heat and pad for my back? It's in the attic.
Based on some kind of
The roast.
unattainable truth.
Remember that not cook your dinner?
It was beautiful that you did.
Hey, what are you doing, Bonnie? I told Lois I would bring her a loaf of my sourdough bread. She doesn't want it. What? I just talked to her. She's dead. Lois died. No way. Oh my God. What are you doing with her washing machine? It's not for sale. You need a furniture dolly to get it out of the basement anyway.
Also,
We have one. I'll give you $100.
so I would say that
All
you
right,
have to go
okay, hey, will it fit through the bulkhead
not
door?
necessarily even
Yeah, it looks like it'll
nation
fit.
kind of elevate
It'll
itself
totally fit. Yeah, all right. Let's do it.
that is
How much?
exemplified by our
Eat
great
it, man.
scientists.
Ah, wonderful.
Of just like knowing that what my ideology tells me, but I just know that
And probably a browser. It's cool. I know him. He's
that I
crazy.
think is kind of missing to society. People are too caught up in
That's the whole point. It's kind of my thing.
So societies that lose that basic human compassion, basic humanity,
I'm not gonna get down. If you hold this hammer, you can fly.
and Eric is one of the people
Wow, thanks,
I
man.
really do teach that place.
like I
Have
trust
to put
that
in
it's
lots
not.
in your garbage cans, you dick.
You know, like
Where did you go? And why was your box of boner and butt pills on the stairs? I almost tripped.
Those are discreet. Let's get you back upstairs.
I have to say, looking back, definitely
Right, Peter?
I have
On the car, man.
hurt people.
Your credit card has been declined.
There you are, Peter.
And now I see it as a
Is this your
sign of
mother?
weakness.
I'm sorry, who the hell are you and why are you holding my baby?
See? Little bitch, right? Boy, this is gonna be a really funny story when I tell you both separately far away from each other.
You know, at some point I was like,
Peter said you were dead. Dead? I am not dead. I was just recovering from foot surgery, so I moved him in charge of the kids. Now, what the hell happened? I cannot believe this, Peter. You've been lying to me.
because,
I thought
well,
we had
why?
something.
Because
And
I needed
what kind of a mother leaves their husband with the kids for a week? It is a miracle they're alive.
kind of
Excuse me.
I'll tell you what kind of mother. The best mom there is.
And this was
Sorry, I lied to you, Becky. All I wanted was free popcorn.
awakening.
Taking care of kids is relentless. There's no escape. You know, unless you accidentally leave them in a hot car. I mean, you get less jail time than actually
I
murder,
had
right?
to have a fight.
And in prison has to be quieter than your actual life.
I had to
I've
let
learned
go.
in
I believe it
it's
was
that
not me.
all
I
mothers
had
are
to show it
heroes.
onto somebody.
The biggest hero I know
That's not
is the
balance.
one I'm lucky
Balance
to
is when you
call my
recognize that
wife.
it's you.
Oh, Peter, that almost cancels out everything you've done.
Like, I would do this with him, I would poke it on the eye and the edge, and he would always be my.
Look, Becky, I don't blame you for what happened.
I would say, that was like a significant
You're a beautiful woman. You can do better than a 44-year-old morbidly obese
He
guy.
wants to
You
put
know
my
what?
breast
You're right. Ever
and
since
he's
I lost
also
my
like,
late husband Scott, I've been
so I'm grateful for my.
The other mom just left, and now Barney's dragging a washing machine out from the bulkhead.
Never a dull moment. Hey, grab me a beer from you. You know it'll be cold, right? Just picture the place. Dripping Springs, Texas. Roy and Ryan Cedar. Ryan was tired of their conventional coolers ringing when they would stand guests into the Gulf Coast. Took matters into their own hands and created the cooler to end all coolers. Yeti coolers for the man in your life with no personality.
I had this revelation that I'm actually fighting to myself, to my own fear.
I'm glad my foot's all healed. It's so nice to
Then I
be back
learned about
downstairs.
Yeah, and I'm happy our relationship is stronger than ever in every
his father.
respect.
His father died.
Well, except every time I look out the window at the beginning of Kiss Me, my sixpence
In
number
fact,
just starts
he's very, he's very, sincere. He's very thankful. What really motivates him? He said it. He said it. Obviously, he was saying he wanted to meet him. He saw that. And he cried. And suddenly, I spoke to him. He did not say everything that exemplified all my fears. I was a human being. A child who is, so what was concealed in myself is capacity to get and that fight was never oversight. That actually was my own. And as soon as I got to the school, my next lecture, actually, I talked about thinking this way. And I said, look, it's not story. It's actually, it's not how I would want to do it. But like you said, if I am consistent, I have to allow the possibility. So for him, that's his imagination. So you know how is this voltaire? Just try to voltaire. I disagree with you, but I will fight to them for you to have the right to say it. So now that I feel like my position is more like I disagree with you, that this is the way to approach that and to approach the loss of love, how we stand, you know, the sense of loneliness and the day to interact directly. But that's not something that is easy. But I think it's also, it can also be called imagination from this perspective. And look, motivated by that, how much he has brought, becoming interested in the like the musical industry is naturally because his father was a composer, music composer, and a conductor. So in other words, from in a bigger scheme of things, even if I think this is guided, still I can't deny that it's a certain leap of faith. But from his perspective, to try to say that this is the way we can all connect to our loved ones. And because it is sincere, and I see it now as sincere, in fact, in your interview, you teased it out. I was really moved by it. He was never He was really, really sweet. And I can relate, my father died 4 years ago. I can relate with the heartbreak. I was much older when Ray was with his father. But I can relate to this moment. And he's somebody sincere, and he sees open skies, and so this is what I want to do, because I want to become my father, and we should be able to talk to him this way. Then we have a series, then we understand, the opposite of it would be not disclosing and just pretending that this is how it's supposed to be, scientific terms. So it is replacing the real emotion that comes from the heart by some kind of a theory which comes from the mind. This is where we can go astray, because then we become captives of frameworks and conceptual systems which may not be beneficial to our society.
In tough times, we need the people who are not lost their way in the ideology. We need the people who are still in touch with their heart. You mentioned this with Eric, it's certainly true. I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but I feel like when the world is burning down, Eric is one of the people that's you can still count on to have a heart. Talked a lot in the past year about the war in Ukraine and the possibility of nuclear war, and it feels like he's one of the people I would call first. If God forbid something like a nuclear war would begin, because you look for people with a heart, no matter their ideas.
It takes courage, and it takes a certain self-awareness. And which brings me, I think the crucial is that which was described, in the temple about Paul Del. Is a statement, know thyself, know yourself. Ultimately, it goes down to this. And all this debate. And the point is that I used to be, like I said, pessimistic at some point, and I was scared, of where AI was going. This is about 2014. Now I'm much more. So, for instance, after I saw Ray go to life, everything changed. After I could relate to him and sympathize with him, suddenly I stopped seeing him in the news. Like before that, I would always see him in the news saying, "I'm going to put nanobots in your brain, and that way the year 2030, whatever, and then we upload you to the 21st." And I would be like, "No, it's so terrible." Suddenly, I didn't see him anymore. I had to, So now, it makes me question: who was creating the trouble?
What was all with it?
Was it him who was creating the trouble, or was it my mind? And so, as I became self-aware, suddenly other possibilities opened, and suddenly got conflict. Which, by the way, if I kept doing this nasty, talk, so that's one day that message will become today, and so you have this. One person says this, and then what I learned is that it's a never ending. This conflict just does not end. But there is an alternative, there is a better way, which is to realize that it is you arguing with yourself. Now, if you want to continue arguing with yourself, continue as long as you need. Just be careful, but still too many things, in the process. But there is an option of actually dropping it. This is so, I'm so surprised.
Guys, discovering yourself with capacity, human capacity for compassion. I understand that he has a perspective, he is operating in the space of imagination, a human being like you. And we're all in this kind of together trying to figure this out.
Ultimately, and also it's like he's realizing how much I have screwed up. comes this humility. So like I find it extremely hard now to like use a rush artist and just say or whatever, because immediately the question is, who am I to criticize? You know? So is there another way to have a dialogue? Is there a way to, speaking, since we talked about the innocence of a child, how much it drives discovering science and so on. I remember it was like we have like Ashanti, we gave this nice example. It's like when you're a kid, you go and play with your friends, and then you fight with another kid. It's like, I hate you. I don't want to see you again. I want to go home. Like, after half an hour, okay, what exactly? You want to play? You come out, it's like, hey, you don't talk about what happened. You don't rehash this, keep going. And sometimes I think we are on the verge.
Need special shirts? I don't think so. I was only hanging out with Peggy to help with Stewie. Anyway, I saw her as something else. Gotta break it off before Lois finds out. You need to break it off, because it's the right thing to do. When did you get glasses? You like them? They're Kirby burgers.
No, it matters to you, but like, there are other ways to approach it.
Becky,
Other
please
ways.
accept this gift of Forrest Gump waving on a boat as goodbye. You are a great person when things aren't moving a little too fast.
Representing
Almost
what
as
knows.
fast as
Because
this
this
gift
tour,
of Forrest Gump
whether you
running
vote
out
for
of
this
his
guy or
driveway.
that guy, how about that is a commonality.
What are you doing here?
I wanted to come over and make you dinner. It's probably been a while since you've had a nice home cooked meal.
You don't have to do this. Hey, Mom, Jill is here.
Yes, Stewie.
What's going on? Who's this?
It doesn't belong
Tell
to
me
me
you have a dog.
He's very close to being put down, and I want you to get attached.
Oh, but he's so
So what do you
cute.
think? Is that all too tricky question?
Oh, I don't care
If you
for
want, I
shit.
can be
She can
surprised
stay.
your answer by giving you the
I'll be
list
right
before
back.
the
I don't know.
Hello, yeah?
I heard the doorbell. Who was it?
Delivery guy. You want to do it?
Where did you order from?
That place you
I already mentioned one.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll just come downstairs and join you anyway. It's been about a week and I'm starting to feel better.
No, trust me. You don't want to go downstairs. Now, Brian is talking about the
connected to what you wrote because
Oh,
it has to do some comment.
I'll just eat dinner up here.
excuse him.
Then, of course, one plus two plus three
Hi, I
plus
have
four
your boner and butt pills from
plus five
Gladiator.
plus six
That's
and so on.
supposed to be discreet.
As a technical
Upstairs. The big upstairs. That's what we call
one
it.
plus two plus three. I did a video for that.
I tell TJ that my plate has been scars.
So one plus two plus three plus four
Mom's
plus five.
calling.
And I told
Ostensibly,
him every time the bell rings, that's their mom saying help. Help, saying help.
and yet there is a way to make sense of it. And
Got your
it comes
box
up
of
to
boner and butt
minus one of
pills.
it.
It's discreet.
How fascinating. First of all, the answer is not even opposed to number. And it's not a reason. Sometimes people ask me, what
Can
do
you
you
help me
think?
down the stairs?
The doctor said to stay in bed a week.
I just need to get out of this room. My back is killing me.
Lois,
So
if
your
you stay
favorite
up
number is
here
not
the rest of the night, I
Uh,
will use the burial
So
tongue.
what else?
What else?
Okay, but this
So
time I
let's
get to
go
pick
back.
the spot. In the meantime, can you
And
just
we'll
get me the
explore
heating
that
pad
in
for my
depth.
back? It's in the attic.
No, that's here it goes in
The roast.
voice, top vibration,
I'm not cooking dinner.
and high one and
Oh, yes. So that's the famous country.
Hey, what are you doing, Bonnie?
I told Lois I would bring her a loaf of my sourdough bread.
She doesn't want it.
What? I just talked to her.
She's dead. Lois died.
So,
Go
to
away.
start
Oh
with,
my God. What are you doing with her washing machine?
Start twisting
It's not
it.
for sale.
Sometimes
You
twist
need a
it.
furniture dolly to get it out of the
When
basement
you come,
anyway.
We
so
have
this
one.
is actually
I'll
going
give
to
you $100.
Yeah,
rotate
okay.
the 360.
All right, okay, maybe.
Then,
Will it fit for a
okay,
bulkhead
I'm going
door?
to, I won't give
Yeah,
it.
it looks like it'll fit. It'll totally fit.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's do it. $100. Eating man.
There's something where the first motion is not real, but if you double down and come back.
Terrific.
It's very closely connected to the fact that we have the
It's
particles.
probably a prowler. It's cool. I know him. We'll just go right into my bag.
So bosons are, for example, photons,
Hey,
or areas of other forces.
that's cool. I'll wait. It's kind of my thing.
Owner of the international goals, and Einstein,
If you hold this method, you can fly.
those Einstein statistics.
Wow, thanks,
But then there are other parties. Estonians,
That's for putting lots of your garbage cans, you dick.
and
Where did you go? And why was your box of boner and bud pills on the stairs? I almost tripped.
How's it this right?
and teachings of
Let's get you back upstairs.
and they have a certain
On the call map. Your credit card
that
is
is
declined.
There you are, Peter. Are you okay? Is this your mother? I'm sorry, who the hell are you and why are you holding my baby?
See?
I'm just
Little
going to read
bitch, right? Boy, this is gonna be a really funny story when I tell you both separately far away from
But it's
each
just
other.
important because I haven't really explained
Peter said you were dead. Dead? I am not dead. I was just recovering from foot surgery, so I put him in charge of the kids. Now, what the hell happened?
Imagine a world
I
in which
cannot
this is
believe
not
this, Peter. You've been lying to me. I thought we
There's
had
no
something.
place to
And
approach
what kind of a mother leaves their husband with the kids for a week? It is a miracle they're alive. Excuse me.
I'll tell you what kind of mother. The best mom there is.
not point
Sherry and I keep Becky. All I wanted was free pop. Taking care of kids is relentless. There's no escape.
That's why people want to
Unless
see
you
like
accidentally leave them in a hot car. I mean, you get less jail time than actual murder, right? And the person has to be quieter than your actual life. And if I've learned anything this week, it's that all mothers are heroes. And the biggest hero I know is the one I'm lucky enough to call my wife.
Oh, Peter, that almost cancels out everything you've done. Look, Becky, I don't blame you for what happened. You're a beautiful woman. You can do better than a 44-year-old morbidly obese guy. You know what? You're right. Ever since I lost my late husband, Scott,
These people will know where to find them.
The other mom just laughed and now Marty's dragging a washing machine out from the front end. Never a dull moment. Hey, grab me a beer from the middle. You know it'll be cold, right? Just picture it. The place, Dripping Springs, Texas. Roy and Ryan Cedar, brothers tired of their conventional cars bringing with them with Stand-Cast into the Gulf Coast, took matters into their own hands and created the cooler to end all coolers. Yeti coolers for the man in your life with no personality.
Program. At the core of your book and your work is
I'm glad my foot's all healed. It's so nice to be back downstairs.
Yeah, and I'm happy our relationship is stronger than ever and everything is back to normal. Well, except every time I look out the window, the beginning of Kiss Me by Sixpence None the Richer starts playing.
Canadian born, still alive. If I said I didn't pick the fact that he used to occupy the office of so he came out with the same idea. Actually, a lot of several generations ago. It came to be known as the London Program. And what it is about is connecting different fields of mathematics seems to be founded. For example, number theory, which the name suggests is the number, and there's equation, with number squared plus y squared equals 1. The other side, harmonic analysis, something that any music lover can appreciate. The sound of a symphony can be decomposed into sounds of different instruments. Each of those sounds can be represented by a wave sound. Those are the harmonics. That's the way the periods of harmonic periods of different notes are different notes, different instruments, different semitones. But they all combine together and something special. Mathematically, they compose so the found is that some really difficult questions in number field and the translator is more easily practical questions. That was his initial idea.
May I join the Losers Club?
At the next,
I
the
don't care
price
what
was
your vocabulary
yeah, the kind of patterns that he was able to observe, the kind of regularities that he was able to observe, was surprising, were subsequently found in other areas.
There's only one reason the lunch lady puts the gray oven mitt back on. Second tray of French bread pizza coming out. Gotta move quick if you want to get the one with two
And with him, who
pepperonis.
is the kind of the dean of the physics, people find study as well.
I'll have you know I was
So he
stupid.
just did this
There you
so
got
he described in my book how it
pepperonis.
happened.
Aha! Guy.
And he was one instrumental
Honey,
in
the deck of the house is in the drawer
completing
under the
that
phone.
patterns found in physics and doing
Big, what you did back there, boxing out those students, was quite impressive.
super structure.
Have you ever considered trying out for the girls' basketball team? I've just taken the job as head coach in an attempt to build character for my upcoming coach.
I thought you were already divorced.
I was getting divorced again. Turns out the first bitch might have been right about my misogyny.
When I was
Hey,
younger,
Stewie, what are you watching? The most glorious website of all time. You, too. I make up the site.